यहाँ पर ये चर्चा 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 जहां पर ये चर्चा
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are in Paris, tracking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. He was in Marseille today with President Emmanuel Macron. They had a packed schedule with bilateral and business meetings, but the action will soon be shifting from here. Because as we speak, Prime Minister Modi is flying to the United States of America. That's right, Donald Trump is hosting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. It comes nearly 3 weeks after his inauguration as US President. So what's on the agenda for the meeting? Can Modi and Trump rekindle their bromance? We'll tell you what to expect. Also on the show, what are the key takeaways from the Paris AI Summit? Is India looking for a nuclear partnership with France? What did Elon Musk say in his first press conference as Trump's advisor? Why is Trump saying that Ukraine could become Russian one day? And what is China's answer to Elon Musk's Starlink? All this and more lined up. The headlines first.
Taiwan says it detected 62 Chinese military aircraft near it this week as 2 US ships sailed through the sensitive Taiwan Strait. Washington and its allies regularly transit the strait to reinforce its status as an international waterway, a move which always angers Beijing since it claims that the self-ruled island of Taiwan is a part of its territory. Canada appoints a fentanyl czar. Ottawa had promised Donald Trump that it would boost efforts to combat the flow of the drug across the border. This was in exchange for a pause on tariff threats. Canada claims that less than 1% of the fentanyl entering the US comes through its border. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to host one of the leaders of Germany's main far-right party. This comes just 2 weeks before Germans head to the polls. It will be the first time that Orban will welcome a politician from AfD to Budapest. Both politicians are known for their hardline anti-immigration stance. Syria will have a new government next month, says the country's foreign minister. The transitional authorities have ruled Syria since Bashar al-Assad was overthrown in December last year. The new authorities have pledged to hold a national dialogue conference involving all Syrians, but have yet to set a date. And Algeria, Nigeria, and Niger signed deals on a gas pipeline to Europe. The Trans-Saharan gas pipeline was first announced in the year 2009, but the project has been given new urgency by a surge in gas demand worldwide. The pipeline will go from Nigeria in West Africa through Niger and onto Algeria.
It's been a busy couple of days here, but the action is now shifting away from Paris to Washington, D.C. That's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heading. He will be hosted by the US President Donald Trump. And this is a very significant trip because it's happening in quick time. Trump took charge on the 20th of January this year, and today is February 12th. Such early trips are usually reserved for American allies like the UK or Japan or Israel. So by hosting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Donald Trump is sending a message that he prioritizes his ties with India. And it's the same for Modi. He has overseen a pivot in India-US ties. Historically, New Delhi has been suspicious of America, but Prime Minister Modi shed that sentiment. In 2016, he addressed the US Congress. He said India and the US have overcome the hesitations of history. So you've got two leaders eager to improve ties, eager to bring India and the US together. Now the question is, what can they get done? First, let's look at what is lined up. Prime Minister Modi will land in Washington on Wednesday evening. He's meeting with Donald Trump the next day on Thursday. After that, both leaders will have a private dinner at the White House. And leading up to this, Modi has 5 meetings. Reports say Elon Musk could be one of them. He's a key advisor to President Trump. He's also eyeing business opportunities in India, both for Tesla and for Starlink. Of course, all the focus will be on the Trump meeting. It's coming at a very sensitive time. President Donald Trump has praised Prime Minister Modi on many platforms, but he's also criticized India's high tariffs. Plus, his deportations have triggered a row in India. The opposition is up in arms over it. They say the US is mistreating Indian nationals. All of this forms the background to the Modi-Trump talks. So what should we expect? What are the issues that they will discuss? Before starting the trip, Modi released a statement. He highlighted 5 main issues: technology, trade, defense, energy, and supply resilience. Beyond this, there is also the issue of migration, both legal and illegal. India has said that it is ready to take back illegal Indian migrants, and that plays well for Trump at home. But Modi will be looking to get a concession in return in the form of H-1B visas. Indians are the biggest beneficiaries of this visa, but there is confusion about its future. Some Trump allies want to ban it. Others, like Elon Musk, want to continue it. Modi will be looking to get some clarity on Trump's position. He may also push for more H-1B visas. Right now, the visas are capped. Only a certain number can be issued every year. If Trump raises that cap, Indians would benefit. So that's one issue, migration. But the most contentious one will be trade. Donald Trump has not imposed tariffs on India yet, but New Delhi will be concerned. Around 18% of our exports go to the US. It is India's largest export market. If President Trump imposes tariffs, it will hurt Indian producers. In fact, it could already be happening. Trump recently announced 25% tariffs on all aluminium and steel imports. And this was not targeted at India, but we will feel the pinch. Reports say the tariffs threaten $1 billion worth of Indian exports. So Prime Minister Modi's mission is clear. He will look to strike a deal with Donald Trump, a sort of mini trade deal. The hope is to exempt India from the tariffs, or at least get waivers on certain industries. But why would Trump agree to it? Well, he is a deal maker after all. So what is India offering in return? Mainly 2 things. One, India is revising its tariff rates, and we saw that in the recent union budget. The average tariff rate has been cut from 13 to 11%. Taxes on luxury cars and bikes have also been cut. Reports say India is planning rate cuts in a dozen sectors like electronics, medical goods, and chemicals. The idea is to show Trump that changes are being made, that India hears his concerns. So that is the first thing that New Delhi is doing. The second is buying more US goods. Indian firms are eyeing gas supplies from America. Talks are underway right now. The hope is to strike long-term supply deals. India is also eyeing US defense supplies. There is talk of buying American combat vehicles and possibly a deal on fighter jet engines. Again, this will delight Trump. He loves it when countries buy American goods. If you add all this up, one thing becomes clear. India has done its homework. It is offering concessions to strike a deal with Trump. But will it be enough to sway him? Maybe we can count on a third factor to do some magic. Their bromance. Despite the tough talks that await the 2 leaders, the Modi-Trump bromance is undeniable. Prime Minister Modi has worked with 3 different US presidents. He's had great equations with all of them, but his chemistry with Donald Trump really stands out because the 2 leaders share an affinity. They know that fostering personal bonds can underpin stronger bilateral ties, and we've seen it in action several times. Together, they have attended rallies fit for rock stars. And even on conversations of trade and tariffs, Trump has called Prime Minister Modi a quote-unquote tough guy. So there is mutual respect. There is eagerness to boost ties. Our next report tells you more.
India and the United States. These are two of the world's largest democracies. And over time, they have become more closely aligned, whether geopolitically or economically. And now, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be the fourth leader to meet US President Donald Trump since he took office about 3 weeks ago. And this sends a clear message that the US prioritizes ties with India and that Trump prioritizes Modi. Both the leaders enjoyed warm relations during Trump's first term. In June 2017, Modi became the first foreign leader to have dinner with Trump at the White House. In September 2019, they arrived together for a public rally in Houston. The Prime Minister was welcomed by a cheering crowd of more than 50,000 people, and the two leaders showered each other with praise at the Howdy Modi rally. The following February, it was Modi's turn to invite Trump, and the US leader addressed more than 100,000 people in the city of Ahmedabad. The Namaste Trump rally was held at the world's largest cricket stadium. And this is where the US president said, America loves India.
The United States and India are committed to working together.
Now, over the years, punctuated by warm hugs, shared laughs, and rallies fit for rock stars, the two leaders have sat down for tough talks as well, especially on trade and tariffs. But it's undeniable that there is willingness to work together. PM Modi is more than willing to go along with Trump's muscle flexing while knowing how to get what India wants out of the relationship. It's a quality that Trump seems to appreciate as well. Last year, even before he took office for the second time, Trump called Modi the nicest human being who can also be a total killer. And during his presidential campaign trail, despite criticizing India over trade, he called Modi a fantastic man.
So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic man.
And following Trump's re-election, PM Modi congratulated him, looking forward to renewing collaboration to further strengthen the India-US ties. And this speaks volumes. The two leaders share a lot in common. They know what they want, they respect each other, they are willing to work together, they have chemistry. And they know that strengthening personal bonds can boost bilateral ties. And now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on his way to Washington to do just that.
The dust is settling on the Paris AI Summit, so it's a good time to take stock. What did leaders achieve with this gathering? Has it made artificial intelligence better and safer? We've highlighted 5 takeaways for you. Number 1, nobody wants to regulate AI. Those already ahead want to stay ahead, and those behind want to catch up. The result? No one is talking about guardrails. They want to unleash AI with minimal checks. And we saw that with US Vice President J.D. Vance. He said regulation could kill AI.
We believe that excessive regulation of the AI sector could kill a transformative industry just as it's taking off. And we'll make every effort to encourage pro-growth AI policies. And I like to see that deregulatory flavor making its way into a lot of the conversations this conference.
Even Europe agrees. We spoke to President Macron on Sunday. He said innovation must come first and regulation should follow. He wants to cut back Europe's tech guardrails. The idea is to attract more AI players, but the downside is quite obvious. The joint statement in Paris has 6 priorities. Only one of them is even loosely linked to regulation. It says AI must be safe and ethical. Which brings us to the second takeaway. Political divisions are clear. That's why the US did not sign the joint statement. 58 countries signed on, but the US and its ally, the UK, did not. The US says it did not like the talk about inclusive and sustainable AI. Donald Trump wants to power data centers with fossil fuels, so sustainable won't cut it. And the UK says the deal is not substantive enough, that it doesn't go far enough. Now we agree with that. This agreement is nowhere near enough, but that's no reason to reject it. If you cannot agree to the bare minimum, how can we move forward? Next is takeaway number 3. India's AI vision takes center stage. Prime Minister Modi laid out certain priorities like ensuring AI access to global South nations, upskilling to prevent job losses, and eliminating AI bias. Listen to what he said.
We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications. We must address concerns related to cybersecurity, disinformation, and deepfakes.
India brought a new perspective to the summit, one that went beyond the geopolitics. We will also host the next global summit on AI. India will be the host, so clearly India is taking on a bigger role here. It wants to shape AI's future, which brings us to takeaway number 4. Europe joins the AI race. Initially, their approach was different. The European Union was happy regulating AI, not building it themselves. In 2023, they began drawing up an AI safety law. And last year, they implemented it. It was billed as the world's first AI law. But now the EU has FOMO. They have promised to relax the rules and cut through red tape. Their goal is to have a European AI model.
Too often, I hear that Europe is late to the race, while the United States or China have already gotten ahead. I disagree, because the AI race is far from being over. Truth is, we're only at the beginning. The frontier is constantly moving. Global leadership is still up for grabs. And behind the frontier lies the whole world of AI adoption.
And finally, the 5th takeaway, no roadmap for upskilling and jobs. This is one of the biggest fears regarding AI, that it will eliminate jobs, but the summit failed to address it. The joint statement says an observatory will be set up. It will basically analyze the impact of AI on jobs. The idea is to decide how education and training should evolve. Now, simply put, it's a wait-and-watch approach. And again, it's nowhere near enough. We are looking for concrete proposals and enforceable guidelines. Instead, what did we get? A lot of vague commitments. Just consider the portion on sustainable AI. President Macron spoke a lot about it. But listen to what the joint statement says. Our discussion led to sharing knowledge to foster investments in sustainable AI systems, to fostering international discussions on AI and the environment, to creating an observatory of the effects of AI on energy. In simpler words, he's saying we discussed it. That's the AI Summit's outcome on sustainability. Even tech companies are outraged. They're calling it a missed opportunity, and we agree. AI is advancing at an alarming rate. Experts say we could have human-like AI before 2030. If that timeline holds, we are simply not ready for it. You could have super AI systems with no guardrails in place. That is the path we are on right now. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Marseille today. He went down to the Mediterranean port city with French President Emmanuel Macron. They visited a war cemetery and paid tribute to Indian soldiers who fought and died during World War I. They also jointly inaugurated a new Indian consulate in Marseille. Prime Minister Modi also paid tribute to an Indian freedom fighter, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Savarkar is said to have attempted a daring escape from British custody in Marseille. And even though the attempt failed, Prime Minister Modi hailed the attempt. After all of this, Macron and Modi took a short trip to a research facility nearby, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, or ITER. This is a mega project dedicated to researching nuclear fusion technology. India is one of the nations participating in this project, which makes sense looking at New Delhi's growing nuclear ambitions. India and France signed a declaration of intent today to establish a partnership on advanced and small modular nuclear reactors. Our next report takes a closer look at India's nuclear push.
On the 1st of February, India threw down the gauntlet. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was delivering the annual budget, and she made the following note.
Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts.
The Indian government sees nuclear energy as the future. It wants to increase the nuclear slice of India's energy pie to 100 gigawatts within the next 22 years. While 22 years is a lot of time, India is also starting almost from scratch. The country's current nuclear power generation capacity is at about 8.2 gigawatts. That's just 1.8% of India's power capacity. So there's still some time to go for the 100 gigawatt target. And that is why New Delhi is already on the move. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in France over the last few days. The main purpose of his visit was the AI summit in Paris. But he took care of other business on the sidelines as well. Prime Minister Modi was in the southern city of Marseille today. He inaugurated a new Indian consulate along with French President Emmanuel Macron. Then the two leaders made a declaration of intent to establish a partnership on advanced modular reactors and small, referring to nuclear reactors for civil power generation. Basically, India is hoping to buy modular reactors from France. Small modular reactors generate up to 300 megawatts of power. They can start much smaller, generating as little as 10 megawatts. But anything under 300 megawatts is a small modular reactor, or SMR. An advanced modular reactor is a subset of the SMR. It uses a different cooling technology, but the principle remains the same. These modular reactors are smaller and quicker to build than conventional nuclear power plants. They're cheaper too, because their parts are prefabricated and usually assembled on site. So the modular reactors will allow India to hit the ground running and get a head start in the race for 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2047. However, for now, India has just signed a declaration of intent with France. It isn't a done deal yet, likely because of a legal hurdle. Finance Minister Sitharaman had spoken about this during her budget speech.
For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up.
India plans to rework its laws on nuclear accident liabilities. The existing law is considered harsh by global standards, so it has kept investments away. A final nuclear reactor deal with France is unlikely before India amends its liability law. But after it happens, the sky is the limit for India's nuclear ambitions.
Donald Trump took over the US presidency about 3 weeks ago. Yes, that's it. It may feel longer because he's been so busy and making so many headlines. He's been issuing executive orders like there is no tomorrow. One new policy after another. A lot of his orders have appended things, especially domestically in the US. Trump has been looking at downsizing the US government, and he has put one man in charge of this mission, the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO is in charge of DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, which is a misleading name because DOGE is not an official US government agency. It's a temporary office in place until Trump and Musk manage to, quote unquote, trim all the fat, as they put it. But this throws up some ethical questions. How can a temp worker like Elon Musk have so much power? Is he really allowed to fire US government employees or even access their personal data? Where is the oversight? American courts are trying to come up with some answers, but in the meantime, Trump is busy empowering Musk and DOGE. The US president signed another executive order yesterday, directing the heads of federal agencies to consult with DOGE. At the same time, Trump brought Musk to the Oval Office. He gave his quote-unquote first buddy a press debut. And Elon Musk was not alone. He brought one of his children along, the one with a strange name. For convenience, we'll call him X. Most people do anyway. X is number 7 of the 12 children Musk has fathered. He will turn 5 in a few months. So, tiny child in tow, wearing a black MAGA cap, the world's richest man addressed the press.
At a high level, you say, what is the goal of Doge and I think a significant part of this of presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you sorry. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes.
Musk went on to talk about his work at Doge, like the federal firing spree.
There are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative.
That last part is quite ironic. Do you think Musk has more or less power than any elected representative today? Did Elon Musk win an election? Or did he just bankroll one and then latch on? Pot calling the kettle black indeed. Anyway, moving on.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
No. Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website.
People check that claim. It turns out the Doge website had no information on it. Not when Musk said this anyway. And the Twitter posts are ambiguous at best. Doge also does not list out the people it employs or specifies its exact actions. But Musk says he's trying to be as transparent as possible. Right. The reporters also called him out on this. Musk seems to be spreading misinformation here. He agrees with the false claim that the US spent $50 million on condoms for Gaza, which is false. They were for Mozambique to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS. When asked about the lie, this is what Musk said.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Again, the US was doing that to prevent the spread of AIDS. Did he misread Mozambique for Gaza when he claimed that it was the tip of the iceberg? Or did he not bother to verify the claim at all? This is the person who will decide the fates of thousands of US government employees. So good luck to them, because this presser has confirmed one thing. Musk and Trump will not be backing down. Let's turn to Ukraine now, which is nervously watching Donald Trump. The US president has made his intention clear. He wants to end the war. The only question is how? What sort of deal does Trump have in mind? He dropped an alarming hint this week. He suggested that Ukraine could become part of Russia one day. Let me quote from what Trump said. Ukraine may make a deal, or they may not make a deal. They may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian someday. Russia is probably jumping with joy, but Zelensky will be scared. His goal is to break free from Russia's grasp, to chart his own foreign policy. But his biggest ally says, you could become Russian one day. It is a nightmare for President Zelensky. It is also a sneak peek into President Trump's mind. He clearly does not see expansionism as wrong, whether it's buying Greenland, or taking over the Panama Canal, or occupying Gaza, or letting Ukraine become Russian territory. Not only are these suggestions nonsensical, they are dangerous. And it's coming at a very sensitive time. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Europe right now. He will be attending the Munich Security Conference this week, and there he will meet President Zelensky of Ukraine. Kiev would have been hoping for encouraging signs, but after Trump's remarks, who knows? You see, Zelensky has been trying very hard to win Trump over. Last month, he almost cracked the code. If you want Trump's help, you must give him something in return. And Zelensky chose Ukraine's mineral wealth. The country has trillions of dollars in rare earth minerals, so Zelensky decided to offer them to Donald Trump, and he repeated that offer this week.
We're talking not only about security, but also about money. Valuable natural resources where we can offer our partners possibilities that didn't exist before to invest in them. For us, it will create jobs. For American companies, it will create profits.
Well, that seems to be Zelensky's plan A, sell resources for Trump's support. For a while, it seemed like he took the bait. But these latest remarks will worry Kiev. Zelensky's plan B is negotiation. He wants security guarantees before ending the war. He wants to ensure that Russia will not attack again. And who will give that guarantee? Europe may be willing to, but Zelensky is not happy with that. He says America must give the security guarantees. If not, they're not real. Well, first of all, ouch. Europe has waxed eloquent about protecting Ukraine from Russia, but Zelensky says you can't do it alone. I'm sure that hurt. And secondly, will America give those guarantees? It seems unlikely at the moment. Guarantees may involve putting boots on the ground, but Trump's defense chief has rejected the idea.
Would you be open to sending U.S. troops into Ukraine to track weapons shipments?
We are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine.
Zelensky also has a plan C, a land swap. Ukraine holds Russian territory in Kursk. They occupied it in last year's surprise counterattack. Zelensky wants to swap it for Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, but Moscow has already rejected that. And it's obvious why. Russia controls around 20% of Ukraine's land. Kiev controls a tiny slice of Kursk. Less than 0.003% of Russian land. That's what they have. I'm afraid the numbers simply don't add up. But all of this reveals Zelensky's desperation, his offer to sell national resources, his plea for US guarantees, his offer to swap occupied lands. All of this reeks of desperation. And Russia senses this. Today, they launched a drone attack on the Ukrainian capital. 1 person was killed and 4 were injured. It shows that Putin is on the offensive. Plus, he knows how to handle Donald Trump. This week, Putin released an American school teacher held in Russia. Trump welcomed him to the White House. He flaunted him like some sort of prize. It's the type of thing that President Trump loves, which is why Putin offered it. Reports also say that Trump has spoken directly to Putin. Similar reports had emerged after his election win, but both sides refused to admit it. And they're doing the same thing again. No confirmation of a direct phone call between Putin and Trump. All this cloak and dagger stuff makes you wonder, what exactly is Trump's plan for Ukraine? Will he force Kiev to surrender? Will he defend them in exchange for rare earths? Or will he simply abandon them? From the looks of it, there isn't a plan. Trump is just winging the whole thing. His envoy is slated to visit Ukraine later this week. Perhaps that will give us some insights. Now let's turn our attention to China. After dethroning the US in the artificial intelligence race, Beijing is taking on Elon Musk's Starlink. In case you haven't heard of it yet, Starlink is a satellite internet service. Actually, scratch that. It is a satellite internet pioneer. And it is a global market heavyweight. For months, Beijing has been trying to break America's dominance in this market, and now it has debuted the answer to Starlink. China has launched the Long March 8A. This is a carrier rocket. It can send satellites to space. It can launch big batches of satellites to the low Earth orbit. And this is where Musk's Starlink has an oversized presence. So what does this launch mean for the satellite internet race? Can Beijing catch up to Starlink? And why is this a priority for the country? Our next report tells you.
A new Chinese rocket has taken off on its debut mission. The first Long March 8A rocket has been launched from Hainan, the island province in the South China Sea. It has transported a group of satellites to space and marked a major step in Beijing's efforts to catch up with Elon Musk here on Earth. You see, Musk owns Starlink. This is a US-based satellite internet pioneer, and it's a market heavyweight. And by proxy, it has helped the United States maintain dominance in this market as well. So, unsurprisingly, China has been pushing to enter the space. And now they have taken a major step towards it with the launch of Long March 8A. This is a carrier rocket. It is about 50 meters tall, and it has a liftoff weight of 371 metric tons. It is a modified version of the medium-lift Long March 8 rocket, which began flights in 2020. This carrier is designed to send up bigger batches of satellites in one launch. It has the payload capacity of 7 tons, and it allows Beijing to send larger clusters of the spacecraft to Earth's lower orbits, which is exactly where Musk's Starlink has an outsized presence. Basically, this one rocket can help China deploy large numbers of satellites right where it hurts the US to boost the country's speed-based internet networks. And this looks a lot like the artificial intelligence race, where China is trying to beat the US at its own game and disrupt the market. But can it work with internet satellites? Well, both yes and no. Yes, China is catching up quickly. Over the past few years, the government has poured significant resources to close the gap. Now, several Chinese outfits are racing amongst each other to launch mega constellations into space. These are large pools of satellites that work together to deliver broadband internet access, and they are being launched to fulfill the country's internet ambitions. But in all likelihood, it will be a while before China comes out on top, if at all, because the competition is tough. The low Earth orbit, or the LEO, is a crucial space to get ahead in the internet race. So far, SpaceX has sent more than 7,000 Starlink satellites there. Plus, there are other US companies in the orbit, including Amazon, which expects to initiate its own satellite network soon with Project Kuiper. But that aside, compared to Starlink, China has been slow in building its LEO constellations. As per reports, this will be the year when China looks to match Starlink's numbers. So the world can expect more Chinese satellites to be blasted into space than usual. But Beijing being Beijing is often more talk than action. So only time will tell if China has an answer to America's Starlink. But until then, one thing is certain. As the geopolitical rivalry between the two nations heats up, Beijing is determined to keep pace with Washington, whether it's on this planet or outside it.
What comes to mind when I say Denmark? Some of you may think about Danish Vikings or Danish pastries. The business-focused ones may think about Ozempic, the weight loss drug made by Danish pharma giant Novo Nordisk. Well, whatever your first thought, perhaps you'll want to add satire to the list. Because some Danes have had a brilliant idea, a tongue-in-cheek way to counter Donald Trump. You may know about Denmark's Trump problem. The US president wants to buy some Danish territory, namely Greenland. Though that might not remain its name for very long because the US wants to change the name too. They want to call it red, white, and blue land, and I'm not even joking here, a US congressman called Buddy Carter introduced a bill yesterday. It is called the Red, White, and Blue Land Act of 2025. It empowers President Trump to enter negotiations to acquire Greenland and also rename it. About a month ago, a different US congressman introduced this bill, the Make Greenland Great Again Act. It also empowered Trump to begin negotiations to buy Greenland. The new bill goes one step further with the abhorrent name change. It's almost as if Trump's party members are in a contest to see who can bow lower to please the US president. But that's US domestic politics. Over here, we are concerned with the Danes. How are they choosing to respond to Trump's takeover bid? Well, the Danes have decided to make a counteroffer. Instead of selling Greenland, they want to buy the US state of California. They want to make California great again. At least I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure about the Danish characters in the name. Anyway, you're looking at a crowdfunding website, denmarkification.com. Over 200,000 people have joined the campaign to raise $1 trillion to buy California from Donald Trump. Now, before some of you take this too seriously, I must remind you, this is a satirical website. Make sure to read the fine print before you pledge. That being said, let's take a closer look. The site lists out all the reasons why buying California makes sense for Denmark. The first is sunshine, as opposed to the usual Danish weather. Next is tech bros. The site says they are what every democracy needs. Then you have avocado toast, Disneyland, and of course, to protect the free world. And that last reason, to protect the free world, is lifted verbatim from Donald Trump. It's his justification for wanting Greenland. The Danes do not stop here. They list out the reasons why Trump might actually sell California. And top of the list is his well-documented enmity with the state. Go through the site, and the jibes don't stop. Then there's the last part about Danish values. Rule of law, universal health care, and fact-based politics might apply. I'm sure a lot of Americans wouldn't mind universal health care. I won't comment on the other things. The petition ends with, sign now and let's make new Denmark a reality. Now, of course, all this is satire. It is ridiculous. But that perfectly sums up this entire situation as well. The US president wants to buy Greenland from Denmark without really caring about what Greenlanders want. This is the year 2025. How is that any less ridiculous than this Danish petition to buy California? The satire serves to highlight the absurdity of imperialism in the modern age. However, considering the laws American congressmen are trying to pass, they might already be up to their necks in absurdity right now. Our next story tonight has the makings of a blockbuster movie. It is about the mafia in Sicily. This is one of the most powerful mafia clans in Italy. To give you context, it is the inspiration behind the Godfather series. Now, in recent years, the mafia has been on a massive recruitment drive, recruiting a new generation of foot soldiers and teaching them the mafia honor code. Also trying to recreate its once powerful ruling council. But Italy has just thwarted these attempts. More than 1,200 officers have raided the clan. They have arrested at least 160 mobsters. This is the biggest crackdown against Sicilian mafia in decades, and it is a major blow to the country's criminal top bosses. But will this be enough to solve Italy's mafia problem? Our next report tells you.
I'm going to make him an offer again with you.
Sicily's notorious mafia, the inspiration for the Godfather movies. For about half a century, they have held a grip on local towns and cities. They have terrorized the Italian public, making big profits from drug trafficking and illegal gambling, and extorting businesses for protection money. Since a fierce clampdown by the state in the 1990s, the Sicilian mafia is no longer the force it once was, but it's trying to regain its lost glory. Veteran mafia bosses have been making moves lately. They've been trying to recreate their once powerful Godfather-style ruling council, recruiting a new generation of foot soldiers, and ironically, urging them to watch The Godfather to learn the trade. These insights come after a 2-year-long investigation held by the Italian police. They wiretapped the mafia families, and this week they launched a series of raids. More than 1,200 officers targeted mafia clans operating in and around the Sicilian capital, Palermo, which remains in the grip of the Cosa Nostra clans. This is one of Italy's wealthiest and most powerful mafia, and the police have launched their biggest operation against them in decades. They have issued warrants against 183 people and arrested at least 160 members of the Cosa Nostra for crimes including mafia-style criminal association, attempted murder, extortion, drug trafficking, and illegal gambling.
I want to say that this morning's operation follows other significant actions that demonstrate both the vitality of the criminal organization and the resilience and ability of the state to respond.
Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has hailed the operation. She says that this confirms the state's constant commitment to the fight against organized crime. But that's not all. You see, Italian organized crime functions through a multifaceted web. And there are 3 big players: the Cosa Nostra from Sicily, Camorra from Campania, and 'Ndrangheta from Calabria, and many of these mobsters work together. So the anti-mafia blitz is a major step towards dismantling one of these mafia clans. It has dealt a blow to the Italian mafia in general, and more importantly, it provides insight into how they operate.
2 key points emerged from all this work. The first is that the mafia organization is absolutely active, conducting business and, above all, seeking to rebuild the army it needs to regain the power it once had. The second point is that those who have been in prison return to their criminal activities once they are released.
Mafia clans in Italy have an impressive ability to regenerate. Put them in jail, and they smuggle tiny mobile phones into their cells to continue their business. Focus on halting drug trafficking, which is a significant source of the mafia income, and the clans diversify. They force traders to use their products, like taking control of distributing seafood to restaurants in Sicily. Or keep track of their movements, and they change their behavior to survive. They resolve disputes among themselves to avoid attracting attention. So despite numerous arrests over the years, the Sicilian mobsters have managed to have a wide network of informants. They have been successful in attracting a large number of youngsters. And they have retained the mafia honor code of membership until death. So while the crackdown by the Sicilian police was massive, it may not be enough to detangle the mafia web once and for all. But it certainly brings the authorities one step closer to finally being able to say, leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Our last story tonight is about another war that is afoot in Italy. But this one is not about mafia crime lords. It is about a fight between a TikTok influencer and Italian ski resorts. You see, about 2 weeks ago, an influencer posted about a ski resort on TikTok, and her post went viral, and soon chaos erupted at the resort. About 10,000 day trippers visited the slope on the same day, causing traffic snarls and inducing emergency crowd control measures. And the TikTok star was blamed for it. So now she is taking revenge, and she has urged her 2 million TikTok followers to invade is the word she used, another ski resort nearby. Turns out this is not a unique story after all. Our next report tells you how tourist destinations are bearing the brunt of social media fandom.
It all started at Roccaraso. This is one of Italy's most popular skiing destinations, and 2 weeks ago it went viral. All thanks to this influencer. She's a TikTok star, and she uploaded posts on social media about bumper snowfalls at the skiing destination. So the tour companies caught on. They organized cheap tour buses for people to enjoy the scenic mountains, and matters soon snowballed. The ski resort was flooded with about 10,000 day trippers, extreme traffic snarls, chaotic scenes on the slopes, and bad behavior, including barbecuing on the mountains and leaving trash there. Then came the onslaught of complaints from residents and some visitors. Emergency crowd control measures were deployed, and the influencer was blamed for the kerfuffle. But the snowstorm hasn't blown over yet. She wasn't going to take this accusation lying down, so she set out to ski again. She said that she could get paid for giving resorts free publicity, and then she escalated the matter by urging her 2 million followers to invade another skiing destination. She told them to head to Ovindoli, a small ski town in central Italy. It was an open challenge, so preempting the onslaught, authorities stepped in, police was deployed, buses were turned away, and the army was kept on standby. It sounds a bit much, but this is part of a growing trend. Over-tourism, fueled by TikTok and selfies, has become the enemy of small destinations. And they are forcing one nation after another to take harsh measures. We saw this with Japan recently. In Otaru, a small picturesque port city, over-tourism has wreaked havoc. So the city has stepped up measures. It has hired bouncers to control crowds. Security guards have been deployed to police selfie-taking tourists. And this isn't the first time Japan has taken unusual measures to manage visitors. In Kawagujiko, where tourists come in droves to click the perfect shot of Mount Fuji, local officials have cracked down on over-tourism. Last year, they built a large black screen to cover the view. Around the same time, Austrian residents did something similar. They became fed up with visitors making videos against the backdrop of Hallstatt. This is a mountain town that's said to have inspired Disney's animated film Frozen. This town has gone viral on social media. So, over 1 million tourists descend on the destination to click selfies and make videos. But the residents got so frustrated, they put up a fence blocking the view. It was later removed after outrage on social media. Guidebooks and travel magazines are no longer the only authority on destinations to visit. Social media dictates itineraries now. Tourists flock to Instagram-worthy destinations. They do TikTok dances against the backdrop of historic attractions. But beyond the aesthetics, this is what the behind-the-scenes looks like. Tourist stampedes, traffic jams, misbehavior, harm to the environment, to the local communities, and even the tourists themselves. So while tourism continues to boom, it's time tourists themselves make some room for traveling with responsibility.
Now it is time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the US, as Trump and Elon Musk defend the federal restructuring, Musk's 4-year-old son offers a welcome distraction. In Russia, authorities rescued nearly 140 fishermen stranded on floating ice. In Italy, lava meets snow as Mount Etna erupts. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1996, Yasser Arafat took office as the first Palestinian president. He was seen as a towering figure for Palestinian statehood. The long-standing leader died in 2004. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's your response to that criticism?
The presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we'd have to, if you sorry.
This is X.
Bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what you said IID was doing was influencing elections.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. This is a big headline coming in on the international front where President Trump has confirmed that he's just had a phone call
to back the up and not the Congress. But what it does, by backing the Aam Aadmi Party and not the Congress, it calls into question the centrality of the Congress Party to the India alliance. Basically, what all these other parties, SP, TMC, Sena, UBT, National Conference, etc., are saying is that the Congress is not central. It's not the glue that's holding the alliance together. It's not the fulcrum of this India alliance. The Congress, on the other hand, says, and defensively so, that the India alliance was meant only for the general election, for the Lok Sabha election. It was not meant for state-specific elections. Even in the general election, there was no India alliance, really. There was no seat-sharing arrangement in Bengal or in Punjab. It was there in Delhi. It was there in some other states. But it was meant to be a general election idea and not a state election idea. But that is really masking a cold reality, a cold political reality, which is at the core of the idea of the India alliance, which is that they came together with just one purpose, which was to oppose Modi, which was to defeat Modi. And like I said, in the general election, they can claim that, okay, Mr. Modi has been humbled. But there was no ideological cohesion. There was no other glue that brought them together other than to defeat the BJP. So when state elections come around, as the Delhi election is now coming around, has this idea of the India alliance unraveled? Because each political partner in that India alliance is going its own way. So the question we're asking is it time to disband the India alliance? Has the idea of the India alliance fizzled out?
ये एक बात है कि जो केजरीवाल साहब ने काम जो किया है दिल्ली के लिए और जो अच्छा काम किया है, जो दिल्ली का चेहरा बदला है, उसे तो कोई ना नहीं कह सकता। काम है तो उसे स्वीकार।
इससे पहले 2 बार लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी की वहाँ पे कामयाबी रही। इस बार दिल्ली के लोग क्या फैसला करेंगे उसके लिए हमें इंतजार करना होगा।
दिल्ली चुनाव में तो पहले से तय था इंडिया अलायंस जो है वो लोकसभा की।
तो ये माननीय अमित शाह जी ने एक बार कहा था, आप सब लोगों को याद होगा, ये फोटो ये फोटो शूट है और कुछ नहीं है।
All right, let's open this up to our political guests who are joining us. Shehzad Poonawala here in the studios, national spokesperson of the BJP. Adil Singh Boparai, national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Pradeep Bhati is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Smita Prakash, editor of ANI, is also joining us. Adil, let me start with you because the centrality is around the question of whether the Congress is any longer the fulcrum of the India alliance. So you've had Samajwadi Party, TMC, Sena UBT, and today National Conference and Omar Abdullah coming out and saying that we're all backing Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party over the Congress in the fight for Delhi. They're basically saying that the Congress is not central to the idea of the India alliance.
Well, Zaka, I was listening very intently to your presentation, and I can't help but make an observation that ordinarily the discourse is that the government of the day is held accountable. Their acts of commission and omission are usually under scrutiny. But ironically, over the past several years, I noticed that it is this opposition which always has the spotlight of the media. But be that as it may, coming to your question, let's be very clear, it is the Congress Party which is the preeminent party in the India bloc. Having said this, our senior leadership has very emphatically said that the India alliance was for the purposes of the general elections. However, when it comes to state elections, our state units and the prerogative of the regional parties as to whether they want to contest elections together or whether they want to contest elections separately. So therefore, as far as the deductions are concerned, as far as the haste with certain commentators want to write off the India alliance, I would humbly urge them to hold their horses.
No,
as
Adil,
far as Delhi
just a quick,
yes,
just a
we are
quick
fighting
clarification.
separately.
Adil, so you're saying you're entitled to your belief that the Congress is central to the idea of the India alliance. Why then do you believe parties like SP, TMC, RJD, all these other parties are saying they're backing the AAP? Why?
Well, that's their prerogative. Like I said, in a democratic formation, in an alliance where each political party has the autonomy to decide as to whom they want to support in a particular state election. But to respond to your question, to say that the India alliance lacks an ideological glue or that they lack an agenda or they lack a vision, I think is grossly incorrect. We came together for a certain set of ideas. We do stand by those set of ideas, but I reiterate for the sake of clarity that when it comes to state elections, we are contesting elections.
So those ideas are perhaps
more
less relevant in a state election as opposed to a general election. So, Shehzad Poonawala, the India alliance had come together because there was a peculiar set of circumstances. There was a national election at stake. They came together to unseat Mr. Modi. They could claim with some degree of correctness that, they kind of, cut you down to size. And then state-specific, it's up to the state units to decide.
So taking from what you have said, Zaka, if I were to sum it up, these people had come together, but they never had mission or vision. They had apna ambition, all of their corruption, commission, and Modi ke prati obsession. Obsession that Modi ko rokna hai. No other ideological persuasion was there to hold them together. If there was, please tell me what is the stand of Congress Party on Article 370 or on Savarkar and Uddhav Sena on Article 370 and Savarkar. So there was never any ideological common point or meeting point. Secondly, Mr. Amit Shah ji and Modi ji had said with a lot of foresight कि photo shoot के लिए एक साथ हाथ से हाथ मिला लेंगे पर दिल से दिल कभी नहीं मिला. Let me tell you how an alliance works. From June 2024 to December 2024. You know how many meetings NDA has had? 25th December, 5th November, 28th October, 18th October, 17th August, 2nd July, 18th June, 8th July. How many meetings has India Alliance, which claims that it has done great job in stopping us? How many they have had? One meeting in June. Otherwise, no meetings.
He's saying that after the general election, there was no reason for having India Alliance meetings.
Let me bust that also. First of all, it is none of my business what they do in their alliance. I am more bothered about people of Delhi and what is happening for them. But because the topic is, I'm sticking to this. I'm not going on to Delhi. Please tell me, in the parliamentary session, at that time also, was there any cohesion? Rahul Gandhi and company were standing on one issue. And at the same time, Samajwadi Party said, that is not the issue. Sambal is the real issue. TMC said, change this leader of opposition. He is not reflecting the views. The RJD said, we back TMC. Then Sharad Pawarji and Omar Abdullah, both on the issue of EVM, not at the persuasion of BJP. Outrightly, they came and said, you can't question EVM in one place and accept EVM verdict in another place. Now I'm saying these are all central issues. On these central issues and in Parliament, Congress was isolated. In 10 seconds, I'll analyze why. And now I'll put on my cap of not as BJP spokesperson, political analyst. I'll tell you what happened. Congress was the original vote bank party. They had a vote bank called M. M meaning my vote bank. Now, whatever M you want to think. Then this M vote bank went to Samajwadi Party rose. It went to AAP Party rose. It went to RJD Party rose. Now, when these parties saw that Congress has got 99, they said ki ye vote bank M वापस से भाग जाएगा. Before that, we have to close the gates. And therefore, they are now saying, Congress, you are on your own. We are preserving our vote bank. So from Samvidhan Bachao, it has come down to vote bank Bachao.
But Smita Prakash, I think the previous point that Shehzad made is a valid one. No, whether you're an electoral alliance, non-ideological alliance, whatever it is, fact is that if you are going to take on the BJP, you're going to take on Mr. Modi. Just in the recently concluded parliament session, you had Rahul Gandhi and the Congress almost obsessively taking up the Adani issue. The Samajwadi Party clearly broke ranks on that issue. The TMC wanted to have nothing to do with that issue. They had their own issues to raise. So what is then the meeting point? So basically this alliance is going to come together every 5 years. Adil just said, look, this was not meant for state elections. So whether it is Delhi or Bihar 6 months from now or whatever other states are going to polls in the next few years, this is not, India Alliance is not an experiment for that. We'll come back again in 2029.
So, Zaka, I think a couple of points. One, when Shehzad says that this alliance dil nahi mil raha hai, dil milne ki zarurat bhi nahi hai. It can be just a pragmatic thing on issues they are together or on fighting the elections. But the point is they're not even on that. They're together, which he pointed out, whether it was the EVM issue and which you pointed out on the Adani issue, they're not together on that either. So they'll forget, even Dimag se bhi, they are not together. When Adil says that, you are free to contest the election separately, that's how it came about. Fine. It's not necessary that any coalition should function like the other coalitions. Okay, if you're not working together, understandable, but it seems like some parties are working together. It seemed today like when Mamta and Samajwadi Party, they say that they are with Akhilesh without even having a consultative committee meeting with the alliance, they have gone ahead and unilaterally, each of them has gone and said that we will support Kejriwal. Not just that, it seemed with the soundbite that you ran that Aditya Thackeray will be coming and campaigning or supporting the UBT is also going to be supporting. So, the India bloc is functioning in some ways against the Congress within the India bloc itself.
So can I ask you, what is your understanding? Are these parties individually coming to the conclusion to support Kejriwal, or are they acting in concert? Minus the Congress.
It seemed like the backroom work is being done by Mr. Kejriwal. He seems to have spoken with the leadership of these parties, and if they cannot function together as an India bloc, why are they not able to function? It seems like there's only one party, which is the Congress, which will not obviously back Kejriwal. Why are they not able to function? It seems like there's only one party, which is the Congress, which will not obviously back Kejriwal. So he's gone to all the other units in the India bloc and he has got individual support from them. So the India bloc is not functioning together as far as the leadership or support to the Congress is concerned. Nobody from the India bloc has come out in support of the Congress party, not Mr. Dikshit, nobody. They're not campaigning. Forget about the India bloc. The Congress leadership is not campaigning for the Congress. Where are you seeing it? Only today there was an announcement that Mr. Rahul Gandhi will be campaigning on the 13th. Supposedly they're very busy because there's a period of mourning. So keeping that in mind, they have not been actively campaigning. But you have to face it. There's an election, and in election, you just put all hands on the deck.
Let me ask Mr. Bhati, I think Omar Abdullah sort of hit the nail on the head. He came out today and he said, there's no clarity whether it is about leadership, whether it is about agenda, or whether it is about existence. He said, and I quote, wind up the alliance in case it was meant for just Lok Sabha 2024. This is one of the alliance partners of the India bloc. And I think he's hit the nail on the head. If there is no clarity about who is the leader of this alliance, what is the agenda of this alliance, and what is the future of the existence of this alliance, then wind it up. Why are you keeping it on? Let's come back again in 2029 and say, okay, let's try to defeat Modi again in 2029. This is Omar Abdullah's words, not my words.
Thank you, Jaka, and good evening to all. Just few quick points regarding the purpose of coming all of us together was not Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi is not larger than India, and it's not that big image that we will be fighting against his name. It's about the corruption of Modi government, it's about the anti-farmer issues, anti-farmers policies, about the anti-youth policies, unemployment, and these are the main issues that we fought elections. Then what was the glue between, you are talking about glue, what was the glue between PDP and BJP? See, it is not new that the parties are having national alliance and fighting each other at state level. I can give you numerous examples of NDA alliance fighting each other at state level while having a national alliance at the national level. Like JDU, I'll give you example of Uttar Pradesh itself. JDU, LJP, Shiv Sena, everybody fights against BJP in the Uttar Pradesh itself. And these, at the same time, every party has its own ambitions and aspirations to expand their ideology and vote bank in the other states. So nothing wrong in it. In fact, I call it politically socialism. I believe that shifting of political dynamism can help until it is in the favor of the common people of this country and the poor people of this country. And
no one has a problem. So, Mr. Bhati, no one has a problem with any political party, your party or any other party, wanting to expand beyond your traditional turf. Nobody has a problem with that. The issue is this: how come that does not apply in a general election?
So why don't you ask this question to BJP? I'll give you example of UP. I'll give you another example. I'll give you example of Manipur 2022. There were major 5-6 parties fighting. 4 were in the NDA itself, fighting with each other. You didn't ask the same question from BJP?
Okay, I'll ask Shehzad Poonawala. Shehzad Poonawala, you also have state level adjustments. I think you meant Meghalaya, not Manipur.
Just one example. Just one example. One quick example. I'll give you an example of Meghalaya.
I think what you meant was Meghalaya.
I have already noted. And won 6 seats. 6 MLA seats. And BJP grabs all the.
Okay, let Shehzad respond.
What has happened to that?
Let Shehzad respond. Let Shehzad respond. Okay, I heard you, Mr. Bhati. Let him respond.
Say and nothing to do.
Please respond.
So this kind of.
Okay, we heard you. Yeah, Shehzad.
Look, first of all, Smita ji, agar dil nahi milte hain, so in my generation and the generation after me, they call it friendship with benefits. They don't call it relationship and they don't call it commitment. 7 janmon ka rishta to bolte hi nahi hai.
आजकल Gen Z वाले बोलते हैं situationship.
Situationship. Anup Jain ka गाना बजने लगेगा. So this is a situationship. मतलब situation ठीक है तो we are together. Otherwise we will take a break and again we will come together. Secondly, look, it is one thing to fight against each other in a state election. Agreed, no problem. But who calls each other Deshdrohi? Now, Ajay Makan has called Mr. Kejriwal Deshdrohi. If indeed he's a Deshdrohi, Mr. Boparai, then how are you with a Deshdrohi in an alliance for nation to save the constitution? You call them Khalistani supporters in Punjab. You're with them. Communists call the Congress party supporters of Jamaat-e-Islami. You know this, Pinarayi Vijayan has said this. They are supporting Jamaat-e-Islami and taking support of Jamaat-e-Islami, yet you all are together saving secularism. And Samajwadi Party का situationship देखिए. अभी यहाँ से कुछ देर दूर जाएंगे तो मिल्कीपुर में they are taking Congress's support. And then they reach Delhi border and they say Congress का समर्थन नहीं चाहिए, विसर्जन करना है. And then Ram Gopal Yadav says, Rahul Gandhi हमारे leader कहाँ से? He's your LOP. You all have made him LOP. Ram Gopal Yadav says LOP नहीं है. IP Singh says ये दिल बचपन का है, उम्र 55 की है. Who insults their ally partners even if they are fighting against each other? So this is the situation they are in.
Bhatti Saab, and then after that Adil.
He was talking about, a dear friend was talking about the allegations being made between the India alliance. Let me remind him about the allegations made between their UP alliance. What Nishad party chief is saying, they are Vibhishan. Their deputy CM is Vibhishan. What their own MLA is calling UP government, Yogi government, most corrupt, anti-Hindu.
No, but Bhatti Saab, one second. One point which Shehzad made, which I want you to clarify, please. Milkipur wala jo bipole hai, Mr. Bhatti. No, Mr. Bhatti. The same day that Delhi is voting, there is a bipole in Uttar Pradesh for Milkipur, okay?
Right.
Where you have taken Congress party support. But on the same day when Delhi is voting, you have said you're not supporting Congress party, you're supporting Aam Aadmi party. Milkipur mein bhi aapka support le le.
See, we appreciate and acknowledge Congress support. We have also given Congress support in the past, even we were not in alliance also. So this is not new. This is happening from decades between all the alliance partners, and in fact, it's happening in BJP also. But what question I was raising, that alliance partner, when then the alliance partner themselves says that encounters are fake, and in Uttar Pradesh, what Mr. BJP spokesperson has to say. When alliance partners say there is division in the government, then what
Zaka, if you would have heard the debates prior to this,
when their own MLA says,
Mr. Bhatti, you have to keep your comments clear.
You are slaughtering cows every
we heard you.
day.
Quickly,
What do you have to
You know,
do?
the main 2 points they used to say is that, dekhiye, this is a Baisakhi wali sarkar. You have heard the statements of Chandrababu Naidu ji just yesterday, and before that of Nitish Kumar ji. In fact, I am only saying this, that, you know, I have some sympathy with Samajwadi Party. Rahul Gandhi and Congress think that they are entitled to lead everything. Today, there's a no confidence motion against Rahul's leadership. Where is Rahul when he went away for Vietnam vacation when Manmohan Singh ji's mourning period was on? Rahul Gandhi and Congress thinks that by default, by our own legacy, we should be leading everything, which is not the case. They have not consulted Samajwadi Party at the time when they have taken out protest in parliament. Tell me one occasion if Mr. Boparai called Samajwadi Party and said, we are going to protest on this issue, come with us. They feel they are entitled. So this is a no confidence motion. Pehle Janta ne kiya, then allies kar rahe, and now Prithviraj Chavan. He's also passing no confidence motion.
Adil, so you are essentially not in an alliance, you're in a situationship, sometimes with Samajwadi Party, sometimes with Aam Aadmi Party, sometimes with TMC. It's not an alliance.
Well, Zaka, fortunately, we don't need to prove anything to Mr. Poonawala. Our leadership and Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, Ms. Banerjee, and all other leaders of the India Alliance have excellent synergy. Mr. Poonawala can leave that to us. We can take care of our alliance. We don't need his unsolicited advice. Now, coming to the real issue of this debate, please understand every state has its peculiar characteristics. The BJP and the alliance have multiple contradictions. It has become fashionable today for the media and commentators to look at the India alliance with a microscope, but completely turn a blind eye when it comes to the BJP and their alliance partners. Less said the better how BJP treated the Akali Dal or the Chautalas, and what Mr. Nitish Kumar had to say about Mr. Modi and his governance model. But be that as it may, I'm not going down that line. As far as your specific debate topic is concerned, the India Alliance was an alliance which came together on a set of very valid ideas for the general elections. On the floor of the parliament, we have synergy, we have excellent parleys with leadership of the other parties. But when it comes to state elections, each unit, each political party has the prerogative to decide how they want to proceed.
Here's a timeline since the general elections of how the India Alliance has sort of, not spoken in cohesion or not acted in cohesion when it comes to various, whether it is small level elections or whether it is, statements, strategy in parliament, etc. In October, the Samajwadi Party decides to go solo in the bypolls that happened in Uttar Pradesh. I think there were 9 out of these 10 seats went to bypolls in October. In November, the TMC hits out of the Congress over the poll debacles that happened in Haryana and then subsequently in Maharashtra. In the end of November, after the Maharashtra results are out, the Sena UBT says the Congress is responsible for the Maharashtra loss. December 2nd, when Parliament was in session, Shehzad mentioned this, both TMC and Samajwadi Party skip what was called an India bloc meeting on the Adani issue, clearly breaking rank, saying that they don't believe that that's an issue that is important to them. December 2nd, Mr. Kejriwal from a public forum says there's not going to be any alliance between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress as far as the Delhi polls are concerned. The very next day, TMC, Samajwadi Party all boycott the Adani protest that the Congress had taken out at the Makar Dwar. And they continued till the end of the session. Not a single day where TMC or SP representatives came and stood with the Congress. Now, the point is, and now finally you have SP, TMC, RJD, NC all coming out and saying, we are supporting AAP, we are not supporting Congress. So it's not a one-time flash in the pan, Adil. This is this is a deterioration in ties over a period of time. This is a spiral.
May I add two small facts? Very small facts.
Zaka, there are naysayers. Can I?
Yeah.
Shahzad has got disproportionately more time than me. There are naysayers who will continue to quibble. But please let me and Mr. Bhati decide what is important for our alliance. And let Mr. Bhati respond whether Adani continues to remain an issue as far as the India alliance is concerned or not. Zaka.
You want him to respond? That's a good question. I think he should respond.
And one question to add to it. If Mr. Bhati can respond to both.
Okay.
Just one question from my side also, as a viewer and as a voter of this country. Mr. Bhati.
Ironically, everybody wants to speak for the alliance and not let the alliance.
You asked the question,
It's an alliance in the public domain.
You asked the question to your own alliance partner.
On TV, on Zaka's show, you are asking.
This program.
Exactly. So why can't we ask? Now, just one question. Mr. Bhati, because you are the second largest party in the alliance, TMC says Rahul ko leader badalo. Do you agree? And Aam Aadmi Party has said, throughout Congress from the alliance. Shama Mohammed has come on ANI and on CNN and said, throughout Aam Aadmi Party, please clarify your stand.
Okay, Bhati Saab, please, jawab de dijiye.
Okay, we'll not decide in the TV debate that who will be the leader of our alliance partner. We'll decide when the meeting will held. And it's good to see that BJP spokesperson is talking about NDA meetings. At last 1 decade, 10 years, there was no NDA. And the NDA meeting now started happening. So let the alliance partner should thank us that at what level
that
we
is
have
your meeting.
BJP too. Second point about the issues. That's very good to have so many issues we want to discuss in the parliament. Sambal is definitely biggest issue for us. Adani and other issues, unemployment, inflation, and the farmers is still on street. One of the leader is sitting on the hunger strike, and this arrogant government is not even bothered to talk to them. So these are the issues, and it is good that we discuss all these issues. Let the BJP spokesman say that we will discuss all these issues. Why he's running out?
I want to ask.
Let all the issues be discussed in the
fair
parliament.
enough. Political parties can choose the nature and form of the alliances that they are having, which is absolutely fine. My point is, what about the people of this country? Will the people of this country also buy this, unique arrangement where every once in 5 years you come together, but then after that you are looking out for your own interests? Is that something that's kosher with the voter? I mean, the voters of Delhi 6 months ago, 5 seats, I think AAP fought, and 2 seats Congress fought out of the 7 in Delhi. Now they're fighting against each other. And the voter of Delhi is expected to say, yeah, that's fine, that's okay.
The way democracy works is if it doesn't work for them in their minds, then the voter throws them out. They don't accept the alliance. It's happened in the past. UPA was an alliance which was brought about due to necessity, but they won the election because it was acceptable. The leadership was acceptable. The units which were fighting through and through, all through the years that they were in government, in spite of that, they were acceptable and they got voted to power. They ruled for 10 years. So it's the people who decide one way or the other. So when Mr. Adil says that, why is the media, why are commentators turning their focus and their attention so much towards the India alliance and not towards the ruling party alliance? Why should we turn towards the ruling party alliance? They are winning election after election. You people are not stepping up, and that's why everybody wants to know why this alliance is not stepping up when it did fairly well in the 2024 general elections. Why the downslide? It should have been on an upward trajectory. So obviously, the focus is on a story which was on an upward trajectory and suddenly is on a downward trajectory.
There's a very simple explanation for it. And the simplest explanation for it is because the Congress, which was expected to do well in Haryana and in Maharashtra, did disastrously badly. That's why, had the Congress won Haryana and the Maha Vikas Aghadi won Maharashtra, all of these parties would have backed the Congress for the Delhi election.
Obviously it's a story to tell. It's a something to analyze. Why do you even bother to analyze a party which is on an upward trajectory all the time, which is the BJP? The second point which I want to make is, Zaka, which you brought up, is about Omar Abdullah saying, let's wind up the India alliance if we're not even meeting and we're not doing. It's interesting. The Abdullahs are speaking in different voices. Omar says if it's not working, wind up. But his dad, Farooq Abdullah, says as far as the alliance is concerned, it exists in everything and not limited to just contesting the elections. It's an alliance to strengthen the country and remove hatred. So now you're ending up talking like a think tank, not like a political unit or a political party. So this is where the problem occurs, where it's winning election has to be a centralized focus of a political unit, whether the India alliance or whether the Congress party or whether the NC. So, if you start thinking like a think tank and saying, yeah, this is my business, don't come and tell me anything. We know better. We know how to do it. You don't know how to do it. That's why you're losing.
So Shehzad, I think Mr. Bhatia or someone in the program made this mention about Meghalaya. You were in alliance with Conrad's party. You split, fought the election separately. Then when you realized neither of you can make the government, you came back again together.
No,
so how is that any different from what the India alliance is doing?
The people told us that you have to form alliance. The mandate was such that was the only translation for that mandate. So we have respected the mandate. But I am saying something else. I differ with Smita on one point. Smita, it's not just winning that keeps the parties together in an alliance. We were losing so many elections. Still, our alliance had 4 ingredients. Neta, Atal Bihari Vajpayee was there. Today, Modi ji is there. Niti, some sort of niti of Sushasan, good governance. Niyat that together we have to work together and we have to iron out the differences. And nature kya hai alliance ka? Now look in the time of UPA 1, before UPA 1, Sonia ji was a neta. She had a niti. She had a niyat also. And that's why UPA 1 could be cobbled up. It was not victory. It was because of the neta and niyat. Today they have no niyat. They have no niti and they have no neta. Most important thing. So therefore, the reality check is being given by Bharti ji's party. From hum saath hai, you have gone to hum aapke hai kaun, and Congress akele hum ho jayenge aap.
No neta, no niyat, no niti.
One line.
Okay, one line, Bhati Saab, and then final word. I'll have to wrap up after that. Yeah.
He referred about NPP. NPP was most corrupt, Parivarwadi party, and then they made alliance with just 2 seats. And where there's ideology gone. Where that ideology gone?
Okay.
Parivarwadi party, you form
okay. Adil, no neta, no niyat, no niti. Quickly, I have to wrap up in 30 seconds, please.
Taka, there is a coherence as far as the India alliance is concerned on a national level. There is the issue of unemployment. There is issues, multiple economic issues. There is the issue of misuse of agencies. There is an issue of suppressing, subjugating the backward communities.
No, Adil, let's be very pointed. He's saying the India alliance is unraveling because no one is willing to accept Mr. Rahul Gandhi as leader. The UPA worked because everybody accepted Sonia Gandhi as leader. That's the moot point he's making.
Please understand, Zaka, the India alliance at an appropriate time will decide who has to lead the alliance. As far as the Congress party is concerned, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji is our preeminent leader. Please let us decide. We don't need advice from Mr. Poonawala. As far as the Congress is concerned, we are very clear. On the contrary, BJP are about the issues which are grappling this country.
Okay. In any case, like you said, those issues are relevant only once in 5 years, right? Because Delhi has different issues, Bengal has different issues.
In society?
Okay, I got to wrap up. Thank you very much to all our guests.
TV-based alliance. On TV, they are together.
Okay, I got to wrap up. But let's see how this plays out and what kind of impact this has on the Delhi elections. I want to now move on to the second part of Brass Tacks. The Justin Trudeau government in Canada, which is already collapsing because Mr. Trudeau has resigned. The Liberal Party has to find a new leader. Remember, over the last 2 years, ever since he stood up in the Canadian Parliament in September of 2023 and made those wild allegations about Indian agents being involved in the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, from assassination on Canadian soil to involvement of top Indian officials, Trudeau tried to paint this whole web of lies around the Nijjar killing, all of which have come crumbling today. The Canadian top court in British Columbia, the Supreme Court of British Columbia, has let off all the 4 accused in this case, citing, quote, a lack of evidence, which simply means that the prosecution, the police, did not have, or at least have not shown yet, the proof of the involvement of these 4 individuals in the plot to kill Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, as Trudeau packs his bags, because remember, a few days ago, he announced to the Canadian people and to the rest of the world that he's putting in the towel. He is, resigning as leader of the Liberal Party, as Prime Minister of Canada. He's now left with this whole question mark as to where all this pandering to the Khalistani elements has actually left him and his Liberal Party. And the bigger question, will his successor now be able to use this as a clean slate for a fresh start with this diplomatic mess that we've seen that Trudeau leaves behind, particularly in the relationship between New Delhi and Ottawa?
India was involved in this killing agents. This was something that we obviously had to take extremely seriously.
All right, I want to go across to Terry Miliuski, author and journalist, who's joining us live from Toronto, and Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. He'll be joining us in a moment. Mr. Miliuski, thank you very much for joining us. This is what the Supreme Court in British Columbia, which gave bail to these 4 accused in the Nijjar murder, had to say today. It highlighted concerns regarding the prosecution's inability to provide sufficient evidence. Specifically, the court said there was no cited concerns regarding the prosecution's inability to provide sufficient evidence. Specifically, the court said there was no substantive progress in the judicial proceedings since the arrest of these 4 individuals. They were first produced in court in early May. So for the last 6 months plus, they've been incarcerated, they've been apprehended. And the court has raised questions about whether the adequate evidence existed at all in the first place to support the charges that have been brought forth against these individuals. How concerned would you be? How worried would you be after these observations by the Supreme Court of British Columbia?
Well, it's hard to tell because, as is typical in Canadian courts, the whole case is wrapped in this cocoon of secrecy, publication bans. We're not allowed to report on the arguments made and pre-trial motions. It's very difficult. We have to read into what we are seeing to deduce what's happening. I have a theory, which I'll offer as an informed guess, if you like. That is that the case faces real problems, not with a lack of evidence, but with producing the evidence in court, making that evidence admissible and available, because it involves in large measure evidence that wasn't gathered in Canada, but was gathered in both India and in the United States by the Americans. Now, is the incoming Trump administration willing to cooperate with the Canadian court, produce witnesses and documents and evidence of their activities? As you know, they've laid 2 serious indictments against Indian nationals, one of which was, at least, an intelligence officer for the research and analysis wing of the Indian government, which reports to the Indian Prime Minister, as you know. These are very serious allegations involving an alleged murder plot by this individual and
Mr. Miliuski, if I may interrupt, I'm sorry to do that though. Can you explain what is the difficulty in producing the evidence? Because the Trump administration is not in office right now. Nijjar murder happened when Biden was in office. The material, if it is available, should already be there. So I'm not sure I follow why the incoming Trump administration would be a problem in the production of this evidence of a crime that happened 2 years ago.
Well, that's a perfectly fair question. I've asked it myself. You're absolutely right. It's a problem, and it's not easy to explain when you're guessing. I'm just offering you an educated evidence.
Okay.
Motive. And the prosecution in any case of murder is going to have to show motive. Well, if they were able to produce the American evidence in a Canadian court, big if, then they might be able to show motive because he has laid out the evidence of a plot to kill two people that are named, one being Padma Singh Panoon of Seeks for Justice, the other being Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, the Indian government has already said it's taking these allegations very seriously. The individual involved has been fired. So these are serious allegations. Are they going to be available in a Canadian court? If I were a defense lawyer, I would be salivating for double hours. I'm just making a pile of money looking at all of the arguments. Well, how is the Canadian court supposed to accept this? Can we get a witness from the FBI or the Department of Justice to come and testify to the authenticity of all of these details? Because if we don't have that evidence,
okay, that's an interesting theory, and I want to know what Sushant thinks about it. Mr. Milewski's contention, this is a hypothesis, is that it's not the lack of evidence, but the ability to produce that evidence, and whether now under a new Trump administration, and we've seen, the back and forth between Mr. Trump and Mr. Trudeau over the last few weeks or so, whether the FBI under Trump will allow for the production of that evidence in a court of law, and whether FBI officials will sort of testify in a Canadian court of law to back up that evidence, because clearly the political dynamics between Canada and the United States have changed.
Yes.
But Zaka, here's the problem. For the last 2 years, as the question you yourself raised with Mr. Milewski, for the last 2 years, the Canadians were able to build whatever case they built because apparently the Americans shared some intelligence with them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, intelligence is number one, not evidence, right? So if it was only intelligence that was shared and it's not prosecutable evidence, then it has no meaning, first and foremost. Secondly, the thing is that given the fact that the Biden administration was willing to do this, why haven't they shared all the evidence so far? Why did they have to wait until after the the next administration comes in or the US elections take place? They could have already shared the evidence. They haven't. Maybe the Americans also don't have it. Like Mr. Milewski is guessing, even I'm guessing. Third, and most importantly, look, once you have a very sensitive case like this, okay, and a very serious case insofar as Canada is concerned, because we have plenty of grouses against Canada and the way they have dealt with these Khalistani thugs. But once there is a case like this, the proper thing they should have done is that they should have kept it quiet. They should have first gathered the evidence, which is what they normally do. You don't level these allegations, these wild allegations, without having any evidence. And for the last 2 years, what was the Indians asking the Canadians? We were constantly asking them that, okay, if you have the evidence, why don't you share it with us? The Americans did it. And as a result, that particular investigation moved forward. The Canadians never did it. They haven't shared anything with us. They keep saying and they keep telling their media, which swallows and vomits.
I think we just lost Sushant. I think I would have, partially bought that hypothesis, Mr. Milewski. The only problem is, it's been over 6 months since these 4 chaps were apprehended. They were apprehended first in May, and there have been 5 court appearances by these 4 individuals. They were produced in court 5 times over the last 6 months. On the 7th of May, on the 15th of May, on the 21st of May, on the 1st of October. And this I find fascinating. If the evidence was indeed there, why did the Crown prosecutor, who's the lawyer representing the state, Louis Kenworthy, ask for an adjournment? Because according to him, there were ongoing disclosure issues indicating that substantive disclosure has not been made or completed. Basically saying that we don't have the evidence right now or the documentation right now. Disclosure basically means that the prosecution has to make available whatever material they have to the defense lawyers. He asked for an adjournment in October saying, we've not been able to collect the material so that we can share the material, disclose that material to the defense lawyers. And then the last hearing that happened in November, where the case was subsequently then moved to the Supreme Court of British Columbia, the Crown asked for a stay of proceedings in the provincial court. It indicated a shift in why the prosecution intended to move the case from a provincial court to a Supreme Court. Now, the point is simply this. If the evidence was there, A, why was it not disclosed? If the evidence was there, why was the prosecution asking for adjournments? I think Sushant is right. The evidence was never there.
We don't know for sure exactly what evidence is available and what is not because of the complexities that are involved here. First of all, what about classification? The evidence that was produced between government, not for public consumption, between the Clinton administration and the Trudeau administration at the time was classified evidence. That is to say, we're not allowed to talk about it in public. But we can tell you that we've got wiretaps that confirms the suspicions of the Canadian police. There was some sort of a link with an Indian official between that official and the shooters in the Nijar case. But to go to trial with that, well, you've got to overcome that classification. If the U.S. government is not going to agree to disclosure in court, then that's got to, and if it is to agree to it, it's still all got to be up for grabs for the defense to probe.
No, but Mr. Miliuski, the same applied in the case that happened in the U.S. Allegedly, the man who was hired as a hitman for this alleged assassination plot on Pannu happened to be a state agent in the U.S. So if they could open that evidence in a court of law, in a Manhattan court, the same should apply in Canada.
No. The problem is that it's very different law in Canada and the U.S. In Canada, don't get me started, but the rules are very different on producing it. You're not allowed to produce it before the trial. You're not allowed to make it public and basically blacken somebody's name before they have a chance to answer it in court. And it's much more cautious.
Okay.
Lawyers in Canada get rich arguing this stuff forever and ever about admissibility and availability.
Okay.
That alone accounts for enormous amount of delay.
I'll give Sushant the final word because, Sushant, just to play devil's advocate, these guys are out on bail. No one's given them a clean shit. They've not been acquitted by a court of law. This evidence that Mr. Terry talks about can still be produced during trial. They are yet to start the trial.
So here's the problem. If the evidence, whenever the evidence is produced, we'll see what evidence they have against these guys. But the point is that if Canadian law does not allow for the sullying of somebody's image or destroying somebody's life by plastering their faces all over the place and accusing them of a crime for which you have no evidence, you haven't even filed a charge sheet so far. In that case, what happens to these four guys? Right? What have you done with their lives, first and foremost? Secondly, if you didn't have the evidence...
That's why they got bail. That's why they got bail.
It was Nijar such an important guy for you that you shot your entire relationship with India. You have brought it's at even a worse level than what it was in the 80s. You brought it to that level simply for what? Without any evidence, simply for your own political reasons, and even that has not worked because Trudeau has finally, had to quit.
Yeah.
And his party is in all kinds of trouble, probably going to be wiped out in the next election. And maybe that is a good thing for Canada, really. But you shot this entire relationship for what? Without any evidence. This is like I going as the Prime Minister of India talking about Trudeau and his involvement with criminal gangs and making all kinds of scurrilous allegations without a shred of evidence.
I think that's a fantastic point that Sushant made.
That's how countries behave.
Even if they have the evidence, we'll wait to see what the evidence is, if at all it is produced in trial. If the purpose of Mr. Trudeau in going public with these allegations was politics, let's be very clear about it. He was trying to make a political point, or he thought that politically this would help him. Look where he's ended up. So that's the whole, it became a zero-sum game. It cost him his job. I don't think this cost him his job, but ultimately he's no longer going to be the Prime Minister of Canada. He's probably, going to be in political oblivion now, or political retirement, as it were. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much to Mr. Miliuski. Thank you very much, Sushant. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, in the United States, as many as 5 people have been killed and over 1,000 structures, homes, shops, famous people's residences have all been gutted in massive wildfires that have been raging across California, in particular in Los Angeles. These fast-moving flames are burning through homes and businesses. Thousands of residents have fled the area. There's been a mega evacuation operation that's underway. Even as all of these concerns are mounting, a political blame game is raging on between Donald Trump, the president-elect, and the outgoing President Joe Biden. They've been trading barbs at each other as to who is responsible for this. The mayor of Los Angeles has been completely exposed. All of this is leading to, again, political barbs that Trump is throwing at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, and Gavin Newsom is trying to take the moral high ground. But ultimately, the residents of California, the people who've been affected, have been badly hit by these wildfires. We'll have the ground reports, the latest ground reports, including CNN's Anderson Cooper, who was there when these fires raged through large parts of Los Angeles. We'll get you a ground report that Anderson Cooper filed right on the other side of this break.
Horrific stampede unfolded at Tirupati near the token issuance counter. Now, this has claimed the life of over 6 people yesterday. Over 40 pilgrims were injured and are being treated at the Tirupati Ruya Hospital, where protests have erupted by the grieving relatives. Now, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has ordered relief measures to be implemented at the site to ensure proper care. Now, Prime Minister Modi has also expressed grief over the incident and said that the government is assisting the victims. And also the former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has reacted, saying order must be restored on ground. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Payal Mehta. Payal, we are in fact getting to know that Chandrababu Naidu is all set to visit Tirupati today. What has been his reaction to the entire incident?
Well, to begin with, Sharon, he's expressed, immense grief and, has expressed his shock at what has transpired in Tirupati last week at the ticket counter, where we are given to understand essentially when the gates were opened, there was a rush of the devotees who wanted to go inside, and that actually resulted in a stampede. Having said that, since the relief measures are already on, the injured have been rushed to hospital and are undertaking treatment. Chandrababu Naidu himself will be visiting the location at about 12 o'clock today, and he'll be meeting officials from the TTD board and also visiting the hospital to meet the injured. And that is something which is going to happen, but he's also going to be ordering a probe because such an incident is not acceptable. The occasion of, this Chaturthi is extremely significant, and people do understand that there is a lot of rush at the temple premises during this time. So crowd management should have been better done. And where did this go wrong? He's also going to be meeting the board officials. He'll be doing a review at the location as well. So obviously, a most unfortunate thing panning out last night, with about 6 people being killed and several others being injured. And everybody is monitoring the situation. The health minister has also requested that doctors should assist those people who are injured and let them leave from hospital only after they're fully recovered.
All right. I'm also, in fact, joined by PV Ramanna, who is Associate Editor with News 18 Telugu. Payal, I request you to please stay with us. Let me now go to PV Ramanna. PV Ramanna, when we talk about the entire incident and when we talk about the crowd management in Tirupati, it has always been appreciated. What really went wrong this time that this unfortunate incident happened?
In regard to this tragic incident which happened yesterday at Tirumala, the main reason for this is the mismanagement of the crowd, in fact. So actually for this Vaikunta Dwara Darshana, which will happen on 10th of this month, that is a Vaikunta Ekadashi, a lot of crowd was expected, in fact. Almost the temple authorities expected that there will be crowd around 1.2 lakh to 1.5 lakh people every day for 10 days, in fact. So accordingly, they wanted to make the arrangements and to issue the tokens from today morning. There were set up some counters in the different places of Tirumala and Tirupati. In the temple, in the ticket issuing counter where the Ramanaidu school was there, there was one ticket issuing point was there. Unfortunately, there were almost 4,000 to 5,000 people were gathered to get the tokens from that particular place. So unfortunately, what happened? One devotee who came for the darshan was sick at the time. The temple authority who is managing the health kind of a things, that doctor went to treat, open the gates to treat that patient, in fact. So suddenly the people who was waiting, who gathered there for the tokens, was felt that there is already issued a ticket. At that time, all the people together to take the tokens, in fact, to stay in the queue line. So in that instance, their entire this tragic incident was happened. At the spot, 5 people were died, and another person is very seriously injured and is seeking treatment in the Ruya hospital in Tirupati. So all the rescue operations is in place. Already Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu expressed his grief and anger also on the temple authorities while expecting a lot of people to that Vaikunta Ekadasi. Why don't you making proper arrangements? So today he is expected to visit Tirumala also to supervise the rescue operations. Already a team of ministers headed by Home Minister is already started to Tirupati to take care of all the rescue operations over there. So as of now, situation is under control. Temple authorities trying to give some hope, to build up some confidence among the devotees who is reaching Tirupati.
We just drove to Altadena, and just happened upon this block, got out, and I imagine it is like that. And you hear these explosions. There was an explosion that I caught. I put it on Instagram about 20 minutes ago from a house right down there. Just heard an explosion, and that is, gas canisters, propane tanks go off. So you hear these steady booms off in the distance, or sometimes uncomfortably close. But look, see, that's the crew I was talking to before. They've now moved down. They're scoping out. Let's walk over. They're looking at these houses. I'm assuming, if they're going to stop here, maybe they would have decided these are defensible houses, and they're going to try to do what they can. There was a woman who lives in that house, that second house down there, about 5 minutes ago. We saw her on her lawn, and she looked very confused. And I mean, I'm no expert, but I said to her, I think you should leave. And she did. She had actually come back to just get some stuff. But when this house exploded, and it was quite loud, I think that freaked her out and made her realize maybe she should get out. Anyway, she got in her vehicle. She got her cat. She's gone. But it looks like this fire truck now, it looks like they're just going somewhere else. It's an extraordinary thing. 30 minutes from here in Hollywood or West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, there's coffee shops open, and you can see smoke in the air. You get in your car, you come here. These areas are blocked off, but it's so close to where regular life is continuing. And for the people on this block, their lives now are forever changed. Look, this fire is now spreading down this block. We've been watching this. Here's what happened on this block. This house was on flames. Let's walk over here. There's a down cable line, so we just want to be careful about that. Let's go around it. Okay, so now the house next door caught. This tree exploded into flames. You can see up in the palm trees now, those embers made those trees go on fire. I don't know if you can see through the smoke behind the palm trees. There are now these very tall vertical trees. I don't know much about shrubbery. I don't know what they're called, but they're huge, tall trees. They are now just like flames shooting up into the air. This second house now, I mean, that is just gone. That car, I believe that's the explosion we heard a short time ago that I recorded. But now look, it's spread down. This is new. Yeah, we've been watching. See, it then spreads from these trees. Look at all these embers. Just, I don't know if you can pan up, but look at all these embers just flying up. You see them in the smoke. All of that. The winds are a little, or have died down here, but those can just get picked up by winds for miles, and they can go for miles and light down, fall on somebody's roof, and a whole new fire will pop up. So this house is gone. This house is now underway. The left side of this house is ignited, and also now the house nearby it. But literally, I mean, these embers are like snowflakes. They're falling all around us. The sun, I mean, this is what's so crazy. If you can't even see the sun, it is completely blacked out.
Raging wildfires surrounding Los Angeles spread to the Hollywood Hills Wednesday, with helicopters racing to douse the flames with water drops. It raised the number of major wildfires in Los Angeles County to 6 by Wednesday evening. From space, the conflagration could be seen gripping the city in a glowing red pincer. The earlier fires have already caused several deaths and destroyed hundreds of homes. while strong winds have hampered firefighting efforts and intensified the flames, which have burned uncontrollably since they erupted on Tuesday. Over 100,000 people have been evacuated, while state officials said 4 of the blazes were at 0% containment as night fell Wednesday.
This firestorm is the big one.
LA Mayor Karen Bass had returned to the city after cutting short an official trip to Ghana.
We are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue.
The Palisades fire had already consumed over 15,000 acres in the upscale area west of LA, home to many celebrities and musicians. Officials said some fire hydrants had run dry there, hobbling firefighters. To the east, the Eaton fire in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains claimed about 10,000 acres. They struck at an especially vulnerable time for Southern California, which has not seen significant rainfall for months. Dry desert air from the east also fanned the flames while blowing over the hilltops and down through the canyons. Scientists say it's all come well outside the traditional wildfire season. They mark the latest in weather extremes likely to escalate as global temperatures continue to climb.
Greenland Laminates presents CNN News 18 Primetime Studio.
We're live from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studios. You're watching Hard Facts, brought to you by Greenland Laminates. Viewers, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath doesn't mince his words. In the face of massive criticism from opposition parties and so-called secular rights activists, Chief Minister Yogi has defended his government's decision to reopen locks of temples in Sambhal. Yogi has also spoken in support of reclaiming the local Jama Masjid allegedly constructed over an ancient Shiv temple. Among the reasons he cites is a quest for restoring Bharat's civilizational Hindu heritage. To investigate the 1978 and the 2024 riots in Sambhal are a communal ploy aimed at polarizing society because there has been never any evidence of Hindu-Muslim strife in this particular pocket of the state. In fact, in Sambhal district, let alone Sambhal town. Members of the India Alliance and its ecosystem have also accused journalists who've gone to Sambhal town and have unearthed evidence of bigotry against Hindus, or who have disproved Waqf claims of harboring a communal mindset. So if said any journalist who has gone there and done legitimate investigations and come out with proof to show that riots have happened, the Hindu community has been victimized, and most importantly, that claims by the Waqf board are untrue, are all harboring a communal mindset, viewers. But the truth has a startling habit of rising to the top from unexpected places, and today it has, after 100 years. It turns out that Jawaharlal Nehru, in September 1924, 100 years ago, had visited Sambhal, and that even at that time, he had seen evidence of rampant Hindu phobia. He prepared a report on the wanton attacks on Hindus for practicing their faith, of desecration of Hindu places of worship. In his letter, which he wrote to Gandhi, he speaks of his dilemma in inability to do anything about the fact that in this one-time seat of Hindu tradition had become a Muslim majority town where, quote, prima facie Hindus were an aggrieved party, unquote. His words, not mine. Viewers, in his letter to Gandhiji, in his selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru, viewers, which are all compiled, He wrote, and I quote, and this is part of a very big report. So this letter was part of a massive report, ran into several pages. I have that entire report, in fact, in front of me. He says, and I quote, I was at Moradabad and Sambhal for 3 days, September 8th, 9th and 10th, 1924, to inquire into the Hindu-Muslim trouble which had occurred there during the Muharram. Prima facie, the Hindus are the aggrieved parts. 2 of their temples have been desecrated and idols have been broken. A number of them have been badly beaten. On the other hand, no Muhammadan, to our knowledge, has sustained any marked injury. Sambhal is an ancient town mentioned in the Puranas. Prithviraj built a fine temple which is said was subsequently converted into the principal mosque of the city, which still exists, unquote. Today, as you know, viewers, that mosque has become a subject of contention because the ASI was asked to conduct a survey by the courts on the request of the Hindu community that wants to reclaim this site for itself because it feels that it has been deprived of its Hindu heritage and its right to a place of worship that has civilizational continuity. Viewers, Nehru's letter exposes all those who have been saying that vows from Yogi Adityanath to reclaim Hindu symbols in a bid to deliver civilizational nyay is a communal act. In fact, Yogi's quest now assumed more meaning. He said, and I'll quote him, I am not against any religion and respect a place where prayers have been taking place for long. But if a community site of prayers is broken down, it should be strongly criticized. See how Sambhal has been, signs of our religion have been destroyed, covered and concretized. Continuous riots took place here before 2017, unquote. The reluctance of the ecosystem to back Yogi Adityanath over moves to reclaim Hindu civilizational heritage in Uttar Pradesh, especially in Western UP, is explained by demographic data. And viewers, this is data that will open your eyes, will shock you, and perhaps we also allow you to contextualize why is it that a large number of political parties who claim to support Hindu interests are today no longer standing with Yogi Adityanath. Here is the first hard fact, viewers, and it's worthy of remembering this. The number of towns in Uttar Pradesh with more than 50% Muslim population has jumped from 101 to 211 between 81 and 2011. That's more than 100% jump, viewers, in 30 years. Muslims are now in the majority, which is 50% plus, in 211 out of 915 total UP towns, viewers. That's more than 20% of the towns. Towns in UP with more than a 90% population jumped from 0 to 15 in 30 years between 81 to 2011. Why 2011, viewers? Because that was the last time a census was conducted. The census is conducted every 10 years. In 2021, it was put off due to COVID. So we don't have the updated numbers, but that number could be much higher now. Hard fact 4. 11 out of 15 towns with 90% Muslim population are in Western UP, viewers. In this area, 11 out of 15 with 90% plus. Muslims are in a majority of 2/3 of 154 towns of Western UP. No wonder, viewers, the Muslim vote counts for something. Hard fact 6. In Sambhal, Uttar Pradesh, in 1978, 54% were Hindus, 46 were Muslims. In other words, Hindus were in a majority. But look what happens, viewers. By 2011, the Hindus are down to 22%, the Muslims are up at 77%. That's a massive jump. That is all census data, viewers. Parties that count on Muslim support would lose heavily if they back Yogi Adityanath's drive to restore Hindu civilizational heritage and roll back the desecration caused by colonialism. Now, you can always ask, viewers, why do we need to go hunting into our past? Why do we need to reclaim certain temples which today no longer stand, have been papered over by mosques, etc., etc.? Why do we need that hassle? Let bygones be bygones. Well, viewers, there are a large number of people who tell this group, who actually raise these concerns, that you took a very different stand when it came to fighting colonialism in the West. When BLM groups, Black Lives Matter groups wanted Confederate general statues pulled down, who they said were colonialists, and believed in slavery, you supported them because you said that if there is truth, there can be reconciliation. Otherwise, Hindus harbor viewers in these areas, in these pockets, which leads to constant conflagration, tensions, etc. A little bit of an animosity. Maybe some of them even grudge the fact that they cannot practice their freedom of religion, which is, of course, guaranteed under the Constitution. All of this prompts me to ask some question. After Nehru's letter, will the India bloc and its ecosystem that back accusations that Yogi's quest is communal, will they take them back? Was Nehru communal when he talked about the need to secure justice for the embattled Hindus of Sambal 100 years ago? Don't the hard facts prove that India bloc is putting Muslim votes over Hindu community interests, and should it be doing so? At least recognize that a wrong was committed. History, viewers, if we forget the lessons of history, we are doomed to repeat it. Isn't it now clear that the recent violence that attempted to thwart a survey of the principal mosque was an attempt to suppress the truth about Hindu persecution, especially in this pocket, viewers? Let's open this up. Let's ask some fundamental questions tonight. And I want to begin this conversation first with Vishnu Shankar Jain, Supreme Court lawyer. He has a big meeting right now lined up with some judges, so I don't want to hold him back. Obviously, official work there. But Vishnuji, thank you for taking the time out. I know you have a very busy evening ahead of you, but I just wanted to ask you, can you please put this into perspective? Many people are questioning people like you, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, saying that you're scratching at these old wounds. Now, Yogi Adityanath has said that surgery needs to be performed, not just scratching. Surgery needs to be performed on these old wounds. Are we to believe that this is an attempt to, at some level or the other, provoke communal tensions, to consolidate Hindu votes in an area where Hindus may not be in a majority? So let's bring them all together. Let's build our base. Is that what is happening? Have you become a tool in this exercise? I'm just asking questions that certain people are asking of you. The Samajwadi Party will ask that question. Kamru Zaman Chaudhary, representing the Congress point of view, will ask that question.
Rahul, it's about the fundamental principles which are enshrined in the Constitution. And the heart of the Constitution is the principle of rule of law. If we believe and everyone accepts that this is a country which is governed by rule of law, then how can it happen that electricity theft is going on and no one must ask question? How can it happen that if a police chowki is being built, you will say that it's a waqf land? Entire Sambal and most of the areas of the Sambal has been declared as waqf property completely erroneously. And if someone is raising question that it is an erroneous waqf declaration, how can you say that you are raising and espousing communal tensions? Rahul, the fact of the matter is that when digging has happened, so many areas of past and ancient baulis and wells have been found, which goes to show that the letter written by Jawaharlal Nehru on September 1924 is absolutely correct. And let me quote what Jawaharlal Nehru has said in that letter. Paragraph 7 is very, very important, quote unquote. Sambal is a town in the district of Muradabad, about 23 miles from Muradabad. It is very ancient town, perhaps one of the few most ancient towns in India. Mention is made of it in the Puranas. It was an important place in the Hindu period, and Prithviraj built a fine temple, which it had said was subsequently converted into a principal mosque of the city. This still exists. There are other relics of Prithviraj also. During early Muslim times, it was an important seat of power and was even the capital once. During the Mughal period, it was the headquarters of the province. It is full of, Rahul, please mark these words, what Jawaharlal Nehru has written. It is full of teeth and sacred wells. It is said that next avatar will come from Sambal. The population is now just 50,000, two-thirds of it being Muslim. Now, Rahul, I ask a question that after September 1924 letter, 100 years down the lane, what has changed in Sambal? The situation is the same. In this letter, in this report, ground zero report, which Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru has given to Mahatma Gandhi, he has said that the Muharram procession and the riots which happened in 1924, the Hindus should not be blamed for it, because there was an allegation against the members of the Hindu community that they had rang a bell in the temple, because of which the Muslims, it incited the members of the Muslim community to create violence against the members of the Hindu community. Okay. Today, the same thing has happened, Rahul, right in front of you. When I went to Sambal, for the survey,
no, but what is the aim, Mr. Jain? Fine, I understand that there has been this desecration. It is very obvious. Only those people who have a political motive will deny it. We all know this. Yes. So I want to understand what will happen. Now, fine, okay, you will open some temples. You will perhaps want to reclaim some of the wells. Incidentally, the Supreme Court again today intervened and said that no, we should not be looking at anything. Everything should be status quo, etc., etc. The courts are also not sort of paying much attention to your cause. That's the impression that is. Can you please explain what is the aim?
No, see, I'll clarify. First of all, the aim is to get back our glorious past, to get back our pilgrimage sites, to get back our Tirth Kshetra. As per list 2 of the Constitution, pilgrim and pilgrim sites is the state subject. So if a particular area is a pilgrim site, the state government is well within its duty and the constitutional obligation to recover and restore the pilgrim site. We have to understand that our aim is that we have to restore back our pilgrim site. Point number 2, Rahul, which you said about the Supreme Court hearing today. Let me tell you that complete wrong reporting, and I don't want to name those sources, complete wrong reporting has happened about the Supreme Court hearing today. What was the Mosque Committee saying today before the Supreme Court? That let there be a status quo so far as this well is concerned, which is partly inside the mosque and partly outside the mosque was their allegation. The fact of the matter is that this well is completely outside the alleged mosque. The Supreme Court has not passed any interim order. The Supreme Court has asked the state of UP to file a status report. And the Supreme Court has said that the poster, which is annexation number 5 of the application of the Mosque Committee, that poster must not be implemented. That poster is not for this well, Rahul. That poster is for Rishikesh coup. That poster is not for. So complete wrong reporting has happened. And I'm exactly sure that the impression which has gone on your mind and which you are saying is because of this wrong reporting, because of some bias platforms which are spreading, which are reporting wrongly about what is happening and transpiring in the Supreme Court. So be that as it may, that's fine. But we will keep continuing our legal fight. And the aim is, Rahul, that if injustice has happened, that injustice must be properly answered. If there's a historical wrong, and this Mr. Parasaram also argued before the Supreme Court in Ram Mandir case, that if there is a historical wrong, if there is a historical injustice, it has to be remedied through courts of law. So for example, in Sambhal, the mosque which you are showing on your screen right now, if this mosque is a protected ASI monument, and ASI is giving an affidavit in this constitutional country that we are not able to enter the mosque. Can you imagine, Rahul? Yes, this is an affidavit by the ASI. ASI's affidavit that we are not able to enter this mosque. So I ask a question to myself, and what is the aim of Vishnu Shankar Jain? Is it a country governed by rule of law? Whether rule of law is just a dictionary or it's a phrase on the papers, but when it comes to implementation of rule of law in a Muslim majority area...
So what you're saying is that a Hindu sense of identity is under assault, and it is under assault because some of its most symbolic, representational, and perhaps revered sites have been eviscerated because of settler colonialism, and their status should be restored so that people also have an equal stake in society. That's what basically you're saying.
One more point I want to add.
Okay.
I want to ask a question to myself with a lot of sense of responsibility. Why it is mentioned outside Qutub Minar that this place was built, Qubbatul Islam Mosque was built after demolishing 27 Jain and Hindu temples? Why in Bhojshala? Why in Bhojshala in the Ma Saraswati temple there is namaz being offered? And 7th April 2003 order. One day, Rahul, please analyze it on your channel. You will never find an order in this country of 7th of April 2003 where the ASI had passed an order that in Bhojshala on Tuesday Hindus will offer prayers and on Friday on the same place Muslims will offer namaz. So question should not be asked that we should be given back our glorious past, our temple places. And if this is the reason that please don't reclaim back, then there was no necessity of reclaiming Somnath. Then there was no necessity for reclaiming Ayodhya. Then there is no necessity for Kashi. Then there is no necessity for Mathura. Then there is no necessity for anti-Sikh riots. Anti-Sikh riots to be examined. What's the necessity?
Okay, so 1 second, stay on with me because I just want one response to what you have said from Kamru Chaudhary, and I want you and Pradeep Bhandari then to come in and rebut. But very quickly, Mr. Kamru Chaudhary and Vivek Silas is also there with us from the Samajwadi Party. Karan Verma also there with us. Thank you very much, gentlemen. But Kamru Chaudhary, I just have to ask you this. If the aim is only to establish that the course of history has been thwarted because of a large-scale cover-up, then there should be no problem. Why are we attaching communal motives to this? After all, sir, and this is something that you will have to answer at length. In 1984, there were riots in Delhi. No one said when an SIT was instituted 30 years later to reopen them that this was a communal act. That the formation of an SIT was to provoke. Why is it that when Yogi Adityanath wants to reinvestigate a riot in which he believes that a large number of people got away without actually atoning, is he being accused of orchestrating a communal campaign? Can you please explain? And after today, Nehru's letter, do you believe that Yogi's quest for justice is now to some degree vindicated?
Yeah, Rahul, before answering your first question, let me ask you a very simple question. I need a one-word answer.
Okay.
Like you are citing the report of Vandana Menon, I believe, of the news of the print portal, wherein this Nehru's letter was published. Now, the Vandana Menon did not describe or did not credit any source from where this letter was picked up. Can you please highlight me?
Yes,
because
sir.
I just want
I'll tell you, the original letters are here. And the source says, and I've also mentioned it, sir, on air. If you just pay attention to the graphic, and I'll just pull that graphic up, it's very clearly put out there that these are the letters to Gandhi, selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru. There it is, sir. The source line is right there. Source, letter to Gandhi, selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru, sir.
Now, from which archive it was taken, from which museum it was kept? Was it in the Jawaharlal Nehru Museum library? Where was it?
Sir, I haven't found out that. But the documentation.
Now let's come to the crux of the issue out here. You have cited a report, very fine. It might be true. I'm not discounting it. Nehruji must have written it in all his wisdom out here. Now you see, when you go through the context of the letter, Gandhiji sent Nehru to Sambal. It was a 2/3 Muslim majority he mentioned in the letter. Sambal is today also a 2/3 majority of Muslims out here. A ghetto was formed 1924 also. It's a ghetto is here also right now out here. Hindus have left the town of Sambal. Maybe that has happened. Migration might have happened. Ghetto has been formed with the Muslims out there. That is another issue altogether because that discounts the census data that you have pointed out when compared with the Nehru's letter out here. Now you come to the basic point of Sambal. What's happening in Sambal? Of course, Sambal has got historical significance, religious significance. There is no denying the fact out here. The archaeological survey is carrying out a survey across Sambal to find out the lost Hindu heritage out here, and there should be. But the point out here is that why are you trying to manufacture evidence through the ASI? A flower on the mosque wall does not necessarily mean that it was a temple. Am I right or wrong? The well of the mosque that is there, that is situated half inside the mosque and half outside, has been used exclusively for the mosque so far, as per the Supreme Court.
Wrong, completely wrong.
Whatever. No, wait. I'm reading from live law. I'm quoting live law out here.
Live law is wrong.
You can dispute. Now you can count everybody
What
else
is the
wrong,
source
sir.
of live law?
Vishnu Jain,
What is the
Vishnu
source of live law?
You are a lawyer.
No,
I
okay,
am
gentlemen,
not by
sir.
Yogi Adityanath.
Don't quarrel, gentlemen. Don't quarrel, please.
And you are meeting
to check the
judges out here.
Okay, one second. Let me just step in. Viewers, one second. Kamru Chaudhary, and 1 second. Vishnuji, Kamruji, Vishnuji, please. 1 second, please. 1 second.
I'm not finished.
Let's not. Yeah, I understand that, sir. I'm just saying that let's not look. I asked you a very open-ended question. I know you're going into the details, which is very good, but the question has got lost. The answer should be, well, no, Yogi Adityanath is not vindicated by Nehru's letter, or yes, he is. Can you please answer the question? Because the main charge today against the BJP is that they are fueling communal polarization by going ahead and doing this. That's what I want to get at. Is it really this or not?
Okay, now coming to the later part of the question, that why go into an investigation which happened 47 years ago? Why ask for a report? That's the basic crux the countryman wants to know.
Yes, that's right.
Now, in Sambal, what happened is, after the survey incident that happened and the killings of 5 people from the Muslim side, in Sambal during that fateful day, the UP administration wanted to play a vindictive game. Let me be very blunt about this, sir. There is no hanky-panky out here. You are searching for something. What came out was a well or a Bauri, as you call it. Fine, that is there. There are hundreds of temples that were deserted by the Hindus when the migration happened prior to independence. Now, can you correct that when the migration happened? The Hindus, I believe, the Muslims were not there 5,000 years ago. I believe those Bauris were 500-600 years old.
Okay.
Now, linking that to present day cases that the Sambal mosque is being fought in the courts of Allahabad and courts of the Supreme Court.
Okay, let me get that response.
You are trying to project that the Supreme Court has put a ban on the survey.
So here is a question. Pradeep Bhandari, he says very clearly, you're going back all these years to 1978. You're also now trying to sort of build a case, this, that, the other. The Hindus left, they left them temples. Now, what is the big deal? I understand that you'll have a problem with this line of reasoning, because by that estimate, then Kashmiri Hindus should never go back to the valley.
Well, Rahul, I was listening patiently to Mr. Chaudhary and my friends here. But first of all, what I will be quoting is from file number 10, 1924, page number 49 to 74, Nehru Memorial and Museum Library, which that is what we are quoting here from. So what Mr. Kamru here is telling, I'm telling him the exact page number, source number from where it is.
Could you hold this up?
Absolutely, yes, you can see this.
Yeah.
And if you go ahead and see, the exact file number is being quoted right there at the bottom. Right. This is file number 10, 1924, page number PP 49 to 74, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library.
Nice. Okay.
So this is an authentic source. This is no news report. Okay. Number two, Hindus did not leave. They were forced to leave because of Islamists attacking them for their religion. And I will tell you how, and this is not what I am saying. My larger charge is that these individuals who called Mr. Nehru, who was a Hindu hater, as a secular man, are today calling Yogi Adityanath a communal man just for speaking the truth. Allow me to just reiterate 5 points what Nehru said and 5 points what Mr. Yogi Adityanath said. Nehru in his report said, and I quote Mr. Nehru here, Nehru said that temple converted into mosque in Sambal. Yogi Adityanath ji is saying Vishnu temple replaced with mosque, but they will call Nehru secular, Yogi Adityanath communal. Nehru said it is said that the next avatar will come from Sambal mentioned in the Puranas. Yogi Adityanath says Kalki avatar will emerge in Sambal, but for the liberals and the Congress ecosystem, Nehru is secular, Yogi Adityanath is communal. Nehru said that ancient town of Sambal mentioned in Puranas. Yogi Adityanath ji says that Sambal valuable for Sanatan Dharma. Nehru says in 1924, Sambal full of teeth and sacred wealth. Yogi Adityanath ji says that Sambal is rooted in India's ancient history. So my point is, you're asking me, why am I telling you? I am telling you because the Congress party for 70 years practiced a brand of secularism, which is Hindu hate and Sanatan nafrat. And just 10 seconds, the right to know the truth is a fundamental essence of the Indian constitution, and this is why Sambal is extremely important. Because what Sambal tells you, that when the Hindus, even though they are in majority, that is 61% in 1971, and Muslims were 38%, their population goes down to 52%, and the Muslim population comes up to 47%. The Hindus are forced to leave their place, leave their sites of worship, even when they are in majority and 50%. So it's about the existential threat to our civilization right to practice freedom of speech, in which constitution provide in areas which are A, either Muslim majority, or B, where the Hindus are 50%.
So, okay, I'll tell you. Now, the other side will say that this is another attempt to turn Sambal into the new Ayodhya. Karan Verma, that's what they'll say. And Mr. Silas is there, and I'm going to bring both of them into this debate now. Yes. New Ayodhya?
So, Rahul, it's always been complete denial of any atrocity towards the Hindus. It was, Hindus are the aggrieved party. Nehru is written in 1924. It continues to be this 100 years later.
Sir, Mr. Verma, people are saying, why are we going 100 years back in time? That's the fundamental question. Give me a reason.
Precisely. Why should they go back to even Kashmir when Kashmiri Pandits were driven out? That's the complete lack of sensitivity they have. Let's shut history then. Let's shut truth and reconciliation of any sort then. You want to leave wounds festering without doing justice to them? Do Hindus have a basic right to justice or no? or you are going to be in denial of those who got burnt in the Godhra train, of those who've been thrown out of Kashmir Valley. Till when are you going to be in complete denial of anything wrong or any untoward incident that has happened to Hindus? It is a fundamental right to justice that we are talking about. And that has been time and again attested. The same people did not want Nehru's letters. You remember we debated how Sonia Gandhi wanted 50 battalions of letters back from the Nehru Memorial. These letters show us that yes, these blood-curdling atrocities have been happening to the Hindus right from Mopla massacre, and it is documented. How can you deny something that is so clearly documented? If Yogi Adityanath today says that Sambal riot victims need justice, everyone should stand with him. Why is Kamru Zaman, time and again coming up with alibis? What is the source? Kahan tha? Hua bhi tha ki nahi hua tha? Till when are we going to be in denial of this?
Okay, so Mr. Silas, give up POK, give up Kashmir, give up land occupied by China in the 60s, give up Aksai Chin, turn our back. What is the big deal? Number one. Number two, sir, most importantly, and this is a point that I have to ask you now, sir. Is the Samajwadi Party today shying away from taking a position on this in favor of Yogi Adityanath or the Hindu community? Let's put it like that. You're not obliged to back Mr. Yogi Adityanath, your political opponent, but just the Hindu community because of the following statistics, that in 2/3 of 154 towns of Western UP, Muslims are in a majority, i.e. 50% of the population, and therefore taking a position like this will alienate you from one of the two axes that support you, M and Y, Muslims and Yadav. Muslims will go away, you'll be finished. Is that the real reason? You're putting politics ahead of justice, civilizational justice.
No, I think, Rahul ji, this is a very serious matter, what we are debating, as you said right now that Yogi Adityanath ji is going to reinvestigate whatever happened in 1978. But I think the viewers of CNN should know who was in power in 1978. It was the Janata Party who was in power in 1978, and it was supported by the Jansangh. That is called the Bharatiya Janata Party at the moment. I would like to tell the viewers as well that in 1978, Mr. Ram Naresh Yadav was the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and he was supported by the Jansangh, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party as of now. What was the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Jansangh doing at that time when these riots were happened? Samajwadi Party was formed in 1992. We were not in existence at that time. But Jansangh was there, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party. After 1980, it changed to Bharatiya Janata Party. So this is the thing that has to be investigated. Okay, you investigate, go ahead. Today I was listening to an interview of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath ji. He mentioned about Aine Akbari. If you go and read Aine Akbari and page 281, it says very clearly that no temple was demolished to build a mosque. Today, you can say whatever Jawaharlal Nehru ji has said. We can go today to 2025. We are talking about 101 years back.
You can't be so dismissive, sir. Please, there are now historical truths. ASI has conducted surveys. We can't now, okay, fine. I asked you a basic question, sir.
No.
Are you providing alibis?
One second. Evidence.
1 second, sir. 1 second, please. I'm asking Mr. Silas. He's getting to speak after a long time. And as you have noted, I've allowed everyone to speak their mind. I have not interrupted anybody. So, Mr. Silas, I have to ask you this question, sir. Fundamentally, are you still not willing to have an open mind because there are electoral consequences? Vote bank suffer.
No. If Yogi ji wants to do the reinvestigation, no one can stop him. And ultimately, it will go to the courts and the final decision will be taken by the Indian judiciary. What is the harm in that?
No, but the statements that have been coming out...
But why don't we talk?
No, but you're being very reasonable on national TV. Your supporters, your friends, your colleagues in the Samajwadi Party on the ground say to Muslims that, see, we told you, this is a Hindutvavadi party and they want to take everything from you. So they actually try to incite on the ground. Very different, sir. You're speaking in very different voices. I'll bring you in.
We should also, we talk about the Samajwadi party always talks about justice. We should also talk about what happened in Madhya Pradesh, where a Jain temple was vandalized 2 days back, and it was, whatever happened, but I don't know, unfortunately, the media did not show it.
Okay, viewers, let me just bring in the BJP point of view on this. In 2013, viewers, okay, Muzaffarnagar riots happened. Who was in power? Samajwadi Party. Guess what happens, viewers? Towards the end of their time in office, they decide to release people who were booked for that. No one talks about that. I'm not hearing Mr. Silas say, let's go back to those cases, let's reinvestigate them. That's not happening anyhow.
21 people were convicted on that day.
Well, my friend from the Samajwadi Party should not speak about justice, because justice for them is Muzaffar riots 2013, where they only provided relief to the Muslim community because it was its vote bank. Let's not have Mr. Silas to speak about justice, because remember what the court had said in 2010 when Banwari Lal ji, whose entire family had to leave Sambal because he was persecuted and murdered by the Islamists. 48 people were let free because of quote-unquote not sufficient evidence. And the judge, while pronouncing the order, had to say, मैं कभी सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि ऐसे लोगों को फांसी नहीं हो रही है. So these individuals who ruled Uttar Pradesh for 26 years should not speak about justice. For them, justice is no justice to Hindus.
Response, please.
No, Hindus. I think Bharatiya Janata Party should not talk about Hindus. Someone, Karan Verma, I think we mentioned about Kashmir. If you go back and see what
भैया प्रभु श्री राम के मंदिर में दर्शन करने गए अखिलेश यादव जी 2 साल के ऊपर मेरे मित्र
भंडारी जी मैंने कुछ बोला था
प्रभु श्री राम के मंदिर पे दर्शन करने गए सर जी.
Mr. Silas, let him speak. Yes, Mr. Silas, go ahead.
आस्था हमारे दिन में सुन तो लीजिए मुझे. Let me expose you. In 2014, the manifesto of the Bharatiya Janata Party says that in Kashmir 6,000 Hindu families will be reinstated.
No, that
not even one family has gone back.
That process is on, but why have you not gone to Prabhu
This is the reality what the Bharatiya Janata Party has been doing.
Let me just step in.
अरे हमको जब जाना होगा तो हम जाएंगे.
हाँ, इफ्तार वाली
दुर्गा भक्तों पे गोली आपने भी चलवाई थी.
प्रभु श्री राम के मंदिर नहीं जाएंगे.
दुर्गा भक्तों पे गोली आपने चलवाई बिहार में. भूल गए क्या?
Okay,
दुर्गा भक्त को आपने गोलियों में भरवा दिया
चलाएंगे.
Gentlemen.
Let's सरकार आपकी गोली चलाएंगे.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, let's keep this civil. 1 second. Viewers.
दुर्गा भक्तों को आपने गोलियों से भरवा दिया.
Silas, please. Silas, let me just step in.
बिहार में आपकी सरकार.
Yes, sir. Please, let me just step in. Viewers, see, there is no point in getting into recriminatory back and forths, because that's not going to really help matters. We're trying to understand where we're going to go with this. It is a fraught issue. It has the potential also of causing anxieties, social anxieties. So this has to be managed very, very carefully. The only way you can do it, you can cauterize this wound, is by focusing on the truth. The truth can't remain buried, because clearly one side has a problem with the truth being buried. We should not give that side an excuse to excavate anything. We should come out with the truth. That's the only way of solving this issue. Truth leads to reconciliation. It's as simple as that. It's a straight path, very linear. If we keep burying the truth under layers of politics, politicking, one-upmanship, we've got a problem. I leave it at this, viewers. Let's open this show up to another very interesting conversation that has been taking place over the last few days. And in this conversation is the principal figure of Larsen and Toubro's chairman, S.N. Subramanian. He's turned a massive controversy with his comments suggesting that employees should work 90 hours a week and even on Sundays to remain competitive. A video of his remarks, reportedly from an internal interaction, surfaced on Reddit, drawing criticism from the platform. He said, and I quote, "I regret I'm not able to make you work on Sundays. I will be more than happy to make you work on Sundays." What do you do at home? How long will you stare at your wife's face? Chinese work 90 hours a week and Americans only 50 hours. If you want to be on top, you have to work 90 hours a week, unquote. The remarks have been criticized for their overt sexism, and for the overt advocacy of an exploitative and toxic work culture that loads the dice in favor of employees who want to squeeze the last drop of blood out of their employees. Listen in first to this comment.
I regret I'm not able to make you work on Sundays, to be honest. If I can make you work on Sundays, I'll be more happier. I work on Sundays also. What do you do sitting at home? How long can you stare at your wives? How long can the wife stare at your husband? Come on, get to the office and start working.
Viewers, Mr. Subramaniam earns, from the little we know, more than 50 crores a year. 50 crores, let that sink in. Think about that. So he's speaking really from a position of privilege. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be in that position, but when you earn 50 crores a year, even if you were to work all Sundays for just 1 year of your life, that's enough. You made your packet, you can go into the sunset. But people who are hardly being paid, to expect them to set aside everything and to work for 90 hours a week, do the math on that, viewers. Leave no time for their loved ones, their own health, their own sanity. I think that reeks of the kind of exploitative capitalism that belonged in the 1800s, viewers, which created really the grounds for revolution. Aside from the objectionable sexist undertone of his remarks, the L&T chairperson isn't the first corporate mogul to advocate for a super long work week. Narayan Murthy, Infosys co-founder, advocates for a 70-hour work week. Elon Musk at Tesla SpaceX CEO recommend 80 to 100 hours work week. Daksh Gupta, AI startup Greptile CEO, advocates for 84-hour work week. Grant Cardone, entrepreneur, advocates for 95-hour work week. In many Western countries, work hours have been moderated to ensure better work-life balance. People focus more on productivity, not long hours of work. Let's open this up. Let's actually, without prejudicing this debate, let's just keep it open and let's talk to some of those stakeholders who have worked in both corporate circles, who have a view on what life should be beyond the office, and have also, of course, managed teams for the longest period of time. So I want to bring in first Gurcharan Das. Mr. Das, how do you see this remark? Put it into context for us. Do you first agree with it?
Well, I think Mr. Subramaniam is very, very wrong. But I think both sides, including the ones who are trolling, they haven't got to the root of the problem. I want to lift it out of the tutu meme that this would entail. There was a research done in Britain, a very large research done, which showed that 72% of English people hated their jobs. I mean, this was devastating because, you know, we human beings, we spend 1/3 of our lives working. And what a tragic waste of human lives if you hate your work. So Mr. Subramaniam's job is not to tell people how many hours to work, but to make them enjoy, to love their work so that they can come. They want to come to work. And so that the work gives them meaning and purpose. Similarly, the trolls should also realize that it is not about how many hours Mr. Subramaniam is talking about working, but it's the duty of every working person to work at a job that gives him meaning, gives meaning to his life. It's the job of parents and teachers to nudge a child in the direction of work that he or she enjoys. The point is that work must become meaningful for human beings to be happy.
Okay.
Both at work and at home.
Okay.
And you don't find meaning, you create it. This is the responsibility both of the employee and the employer.
Okay.
And that's you're doing it to make your nation great, as Mr. Subramaniam did. That won't cut it.
That won't cut it. That's not actually, viewers, the responsibility of an employee, of an employer either. especially in the private sector. That can be something that maybe the government wants to take upon itself. But not that I'm trying to suggest that people shouldn't be in it to lead their country, break new ground, be at the front end of innovation, etc. That also pushes nations forward and makes nations great. I'm not trying to in any way detract from that ambition. But let me bring in Dilip Cherian here, as well as Priya Chetty, Raj Gopal. I'd like to open this conversation out a little bit more. So, and Mr. Kakkar also joins this broadcast. Thank you very much, all of you. Mr. Cherian, where do you come in on this debate?
I think that what Mr. Subramaniam said needs to be taken seriously. Our competition is not about Generation Subramaniam, Generation Z, millennials, none of that. Our competition is with the rest of the world. Europe, which is cutting back to 4 days a week, is also simultaneously in collapse. China, which is perhaps the example that Subramaniam has quoted from a policymaker who he met, is actually encouraging its workers to work these hours. The second thing, we constantly talk of people, the privileged people in the organized sector. Some want to work from home, some want to work 10 hours, some want to work 40 hours. There is a whole army of gig workers, of people in the fields, people who are self-employed in the fields, who are working much longer hours a day. So we really are cutting them out of the question when we talk about saying, oh, Gen Z is against it, or the millennials are protesting about it. They will protest. They must protest. It is their choices, because in some senses, we are talking to a privileged generation which is standing on the shoulders of those who went before. Fair enough. Maybe Subramaniam, Narayan Murthy, and even Musk belong to a previous generation. But one thing I can assure you, that these are people who have not only created the present, but can see the future. And I think, therefore, it's worth understanding why they are making this sound at this point in time.
Okay. Priya Chetty, Rajagopal, apart from, of course, the offensive sexism involved with Mr. Subramaniam, I just want to ask you a simple question. Why are people forced in this country to work, even gig workers, 16 hours, sometimes 20 hours, and in some cases, and I've been with some people who are employed with various chauffeuring companies, for example, who work 24-hour shifts. Can you believe that? And then they get the next day off and so forth. 24-hour shifts. Now, they probably have to do it because A, there are a lot of people already waiting to take that job, and B, because they're paid a pittance. And they have to work sometimes all the number of hours so that they can actually afford 2 square meals a day. Forget about 3.
That, I think, is addressing a larger question, which covers economic advancement, social security, the fact that we don't have any. So there will be, while the focus on gig is very high, especially post-COVID, there are downsides to the gig economy as well. So we don't have enough coverage for gig workers, and I think that whether it's insurance, whether it's monitoring hours, I don't think we have it. So that's a reality that we need to address. But the question really had come up in the context of a much more organized workforce, which is what Mr. Subramaniam was addressing. And there is that possibility that while it was an internal meeting where perhaps things which were said off the cuff or in a sort of a semi-joke were uttered, the underlying elements of very high expectation, of dismissiveness of the individual, and the fact that work-life balance or even a family is kind of a joke, I think that has been a bit of a thorn on the side. And for a senior leader like the L&T chairman to come across with something like that, I'm not going to join in the trolling. I'm just saying that is a concern, because these messaging, which is happening now, not in mono or stereo, it's in quadraphonic effect. Everyone seems to have an opinion on this. And it's a concern because what we don't see is now at interviews, people are actually asking questions like, I presume that you're looking at the, getting the job done rather than timing, etc. So which means that they're subtly sort of saying that that is the standard, that, number of hours are important in the way you're judged here. So this is going to start seeing some ripple down effects, which I don't think are going to be very nice. The check back, which I like, is senior leaders and senior, I think, people in the whether it's also celebrities, but industry leaders have also stepped up and sort of called this out. And that's something we need to look at. I respect what Dilip has also said, that, we have grown India on the shoulders of giants. We've all come from workaholic backgrounds. I know I've done some crazy hours myself, and I still continue to do so. But that's my choice, not because, Rahul has told me that that's what you're going to be doing. So that's something which we really need to understand. There will always be people who will do this. But if you're going to mount them as the icons to follow, then you're going to set up a very toxic culture in your workplace. If you're saying that family time is kind of, you're being a wimp, effectively, that's what really is being said.
Yeah.
I think that is the bad thing. Nobody disrespects long hours. Nobody disrespects the fact that sometimes you've got to put in more to get the job done. Rahul, at the end of it, if I am not contributing to my company, I also suffer the backlash of having a company not do well. I get lower bonuses. I get, possibility of being being phased out. Yeah. We are all interested in making a company successful and surviving, provided the leadership encourages people to be part of the mainstream and is looking at collective goals and transparency. So I know where my company is going because of my effort. So I will put in more time. I will put in more mental energy. But just using time as a metric, I think is a little, by any standards today, a little passé. You will say that, hard work never killed anyone. I think enough of our generation, my father must have told me this, or, his father must have told him this. But the fact is, we are seeing hard work killing a few people. And they are not wimps. Sometimes it's just too much to handle. And I think life is more important than, this.
Yeah, and we all learned the importance of living in life just 2 years back when we were all sort of locked up at home. And
Absolutely.
We didn't know if the next person who sneezed would, basically pass on something that we won't, see through. But let me bring in Mr. Kakkar. Mr. Kakkar, there's one disturbing aspect of all of this. We're being crowded in by AI, so disruptive technologies, automatons that sort of want to replace the flesh worker, really, the person in flesh and body from the corporate floor, from the factory floor. Now we want to rip the soul out of the individual. This is disturbing.
It's very disturbing because I'll tell you why. Management has completely missed the point that how do you manage a workforce which is sometimes better informed than you are? Because anybody above 45 has to learn technology. Anybody below 30 today was born with it. And therefore, they are working for people who are 45 and senior managers who want to manage. You cannot manage people today in an environment which is becoming more and more toxic and more threatening. The fact is that they have to be incentivized. How do you incentivize the worker to work his life out for you? What are you doing for him? What's in it for him? At the end of the day, it's okay for the manager or the owner of the business to want to squeeze the life out of the worker. But what's in it for the worker? Is there any incentive? Is there any ownership? Is there any motive to actually want to work his life out and give up all his other little things that he wants to do with his spare time? It's not. We do not have our workers' backs. If you first have your workers' backs and they know that through thick or thin, COVID or plague or the end of the world, the company is going to stand with you and not give you a pink slip, then they'll give you their best. But if you don't give them that assurance that the company has their back, then why should they? Because then they're attending office for 15 hours a day, but they're not working for 15 hours a day. For Christ's sake, they're going to find ways and means on how to squiggle out of it. HRD is going to be the worst job in the world because you're going to try and get the worker to work unwillingly. How can you do that? It's not a slave ship. You can't whip them into this thing. Look at Google. Look at the way they incentivize their workforce. They open the office 24/7. They said it doesn't matter when you come in, how you come in, what you dress, what you do. Just get the job done. And you'll get credit for it, and you'll also get money for it.
So Dilip Cherian, the three other speakers, Dilip Cherian, so since you sort of have, I won't say, completely struck a discordant chord here, all I'm asking you is this: are we expecting too much of our workers without giving enough to them to make this a rewarding process?
Singapore Airlines recently gave a bonus of 8 months' salary to its entire workforce because they turned out a few $1 billion in profits. And I think that's a great example. But I think that they also severely curtailed the number of people they employ. And I'm not qualified to guess whether their working hours went up or not. I'm guessing it did. All I'm saying at this point of time is that I believe that this is in some senses an intergenerational argument. There is a reason why it has come up now. There is a reason why leaders are perhaps, and it's not coordinated, but there's a reason why several people are voicing the same aspiration for the next generation. Perhaps they are spotting that there are gaps here, and maybe they don't want to make
I kind of don't buy that. I kind of don't buy that because, I mean, look, maybe India is an outlier, but bosses are also getting younger. So it's not as if, there is this massive gap. You've many startups, etc., Gurcharan Das, I think that, I don't think we can give that sort of benefit of doubt. Oh, this is a generational issue.
No, I think to some extent Dilip is right. It is become a generational issue, but happily so. It shows that finally, from my generation, where we didn't have any choice, now young people do have choices. And what my worry is that this kind of even thinking of Mr. Subramaniam and Mr. Narendra Modi, both people one respects, would actually would result in what has happened in Europe. France, I remember when France legislated a 35-hour week.
Yeah.
It turned out to be an absolute disaster. That it, first of all, killed the work ethic, but also the impression it left with the ordinary French people was that, you don't work for the sake of your work. You work for the sake of your vacances, your holidays. You work for the sake of money. And the next person who wanted to change this 35-hour week, he said, look, you pay the worker 3 times per hour for every hour that he works after 35 hours. So it was a punishing way to, my point is that we don't want the government to get involved.
Right.
Because that's the fear. All these countries,
yes,
Europe's position is partly
because of overregulation
of a destroyed work ethic.
Right. Okay. Well,
my point is,
it's very funny because it's very funny you should say that, because these were the original Protestant countries where work was worship, and we've sort of moved away from that. Anyhow, viewers, it's been fascinating. I've run out of time. I wish I could have spent the evening talking about this, because this is a story that touches pretty much everyone's lives. I leave it at this, viewers. Thank you for watching. Palki Sharma coming up with The Vantage next. Don't go away.
Presented by.
Well, they called for an appeal, and as you know, they acknowledged what the judge said about no penalty, and there's no penalty. But we're going to appeal anyway, just psychologically, because frankly, it's a disgrace. It's a judge that shouldn't have been on the case. He's a highly conflicted judge, and they called for an appeal. So I read it, and I thought it was a fair decision, actually. So I'll do my little thing tomorrow. They can have fun with their political opponent. As you know, I'm under a gag order from a judge. This is the first. This was an attack of a political opponent. And if you take a look at it, I'm not supposed to be talking about it, so I won't. I'm the first president and probably one of the first candidates in history that's under attack with a gag order, where I'm not allowed to speak about something. And they ought to find out what that's all about. And this is a long way from finished. And I respect the court's opinion. I think it was actually a very good opinion for us, because you saw what they said. But they invited the appeal, and the appeal is on the bigger issue. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out well.
Off the top, you mentioned the Carter funeral today. What were you talking to Barack Obama about?
It did look very friendly, I must say. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize.
Should any institution of the Indian state be incentivizing the flow of illegal immigrants into India? What attracts illegal immigrants? Viewers, an easy environment, a permissive environment, allowances, the surety of a state that is welcoming. And therefore, viewers, the answer to the question is no. It's an obvious no. If you want to know why, just look at Europe. The soft state there, infiltrated by woke progressive policymakers, made it so attractive and easy for illegals to stay on and leech the government, the taxpayer that is, that they began arriving by the boat and truckloads. Today, most European countries are being overrun by illegal immigration that is now threatening to erode the demography, social value, and the local culture. Crime is at an all-time high. Look at Spain. The state is burdened by massive cost of housing and feeding the illegals, and valid citizens are not getting jobs. Look at the United Kingdom. Look at Italy. Look at Greece. Look at Sweden. We don't want the Indian state to make the same mistake as that made by these European countries. And that's why a massive debate has broken out today after the Supreme Court suddenly admitted a PIL, a public interest litigation, demanding that Rohingyas be given state benefits. Yes, viewers, this PIL was filed on behalf of Rohingyas. It called upon the Supreme Court to order benefits for Rohingyas, give free education, healthcare to Rohingyas and their families, give SOPs irrespective of citizenship status. And this PIL was filed by an advocate called Colin Gonzalez. Not only has the Supreme Court admitted the plea, but it was so apparently moved by the PIL's demands that it has in principle agreed to giving admission to Rohingya children in government schools and even considering free hospital care among other benefits for Rohingya families. In fact, the Supreme Court has been so generous that it has even agreed that Rohingyas should be exempted from the purview of all legal routes that deny illegal citizens state benefits. So in India, viewers, if you don't have an Aadhaar card and other documentation that certifies your status as a bona fide Indian citizen, you can't get any state handouts. But the Supreme Court says, and I quote, in terms of education, there is no question of discrimination. Every child will get admission. You have raised the issue of education, but we don't mind taking up the issue of health also. But we must first satisfy that how are they Rohingyas living, where are they living, and is it in the public domain that these families are living? This information will help us, unquote. Basically, they want to identify where these people are living so that they can be accommodated. The irony is that the Supreme Court seems to be keen on allowing for the state to shower sops on Rohingyas, who are not Indian citizens. Illegally, they are present in our country, viewers. And they want these people to be accommodated on the day when the Supreme Court pulled up politicians for promising raveries or freebies to Indian citizens, saying that these sops are creating parasites. Yes, viewers. So on the one hand, let's be permissive of Rohingyas. Let's give them education. Let's give them beds in hospitals. And on the other side, no, we should not be giving our own citizens any raveries, any incentives, because you see they're turning into parasites. I'll quote the Supreme Court double bench. Rather than promoting them to be a part of the mainstream of the society by contributing to the nation's development, are we not creating a class of parasites? Unfortunately, because of these freebies, which just on the anvil of elections are declared, like Ladki Bahin and other schemes, people are not willing to work, unquote, views. Now, I'm not for freebies, so don't take this as me sort of endorsing it. I'm only bringing out I don't know if I can call it double standards, but certainly an unequal standard. Think about it, viewers, as if there is a shortage of seats and beds in government hospitals and schools. Under the circumstances, is it therefore desirable that the few vacancies are handed to illegal immigrants? Under Indian laws, Rohingyas are illegally awaiting deportation. These illegals are awaiting deportation under Indian law. If one state institution decides to put them on par with Indian citizens, the consequences could be disastrous, legally, financially, demographically. If a certain ecosystem is so keen on tending to illegals, why doesn't it set up soup kitchens and housing on its own dime, rather than burdening the taxpayer, viewers? Viewers, let me quickly put out the official position of the NDA government on Rohingyas. The NDA said they're illegal. And this is a reply in Parliament. And I'll quote it. Though India is not a signatory to the 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees and the 1967 protocol thereon, its track record in dealing with or providing protections to refugees has been internationally acclaimed. The Rohingyas have entered into the country without having valid travel documents, and therefore they are covered within the ambit of the definition of illegal migrants, defined under Section 21B of the Citizenship Act 1955. So, viewers, they are deemed illegal. The SC stand prompts some basic questions, and I'll bring them up for you, and you can, viewers, go through some of them. They'll be on the screen. Should Rohingyas be treated at par with Indian citizens and given a share of state benefits? Won't giving benefits to illegals encourage more illegal immigration into India? Are parties that are supporting the SC verdict putting illegals at par with Indians? Are they doing that? Let's open this up, viewers, because there are some fundamental questions tonight. And there will be enough people who say, oh, have a heart, Mr. Shiv Shankar, etc., etc. You know, how can you grudge this, that, the other section of our society their little benefits? So, Dr. Ranganathan, let me bring you in. And this is a big development. This is a big development that we're hearing from the Supreme Court. Where do you stand on this? Because fundamentally, I have nothing against the poor Rohingyas. You know, I'm sure they're quite destitute. They're in a bad situation. We must all collectively empathize with them, and we all do. But the point is, you make it comfortable for them. There are others looking over the border saying, hey, everyone gets a nice little deal here. Let's go to India. Let's all land up.
No, of course. But I think, Rahul, good evening to you and to my fellow panelists. I think, seriously, the time has come for us to be honest about the way the Indian state conducts itself. I think the time has come for the government to take away our citizenship. Honestly, I think that will be the right thing to do. As it is, we are being constitutionally, legally, socially, educationally discriminated against. So why keep up with this pretense that we are equal citizens of this country? We can't approach the courts to reclaim our temples. Our temples are under government control. We are refugees in our own land. Our schools are forced to provide reservations. Our murderers are being felicitated and celebrated. Our festivals and ways of life is being regulated and adjudicated upon. So why this pretense? गर्व से कहो, हम तुम्हारे साथ discriminate कर रहे हैं. कहो ना. And as far as Rohingyas are concerned, look, I have no objection to legal refugees being provided basic facilities for a limited period. There are Afghan refugees, there are so many refugees from other countries as well. But now it has come to providing those facilities to even illegal Rohingyas. And this in a country where most Indian children are deprived of those very facilities, where there is a teacher shortfall of 19%, 1.1 million teacher vacancy, where 40% of rural schools do not have a functional toilet, where the pupil to teacher ratio can go higher as 60 to 1, where 150 million Indian children are out of school. Our judges want to spend our precious resources on illegal Rohingyas, but not on Indians. They talk of discrimination and the Right to Education Act. Well, talking of discrimination and the RTE, this is a state that has forced only Hindu-run schools to provide reservation to 25% economically weaker section children. Thousands of Hindu-run schools are being shut down because of this. But our judges are silent. Returning to the Rohingya issues now, Rahul, number of Rohingya refugees currently living in the USA, 5,000. Europe, 3,000. Jordan, 1,300. Indonesia, 1,200. Canada, 1,100. Japan, 560. Qatar, 20. India, 40,000. Qatar, an Islamic Republic, has taken 20 Rohingyas. Jordan, Indonesia, other Muslim nations, 1,000 each. And India, 40,000. But hey, Muslim, anti-Muslim is Modi. India, a fascist Hindu Rashtra. And how many Bangladeshi Hindus have we let in over the last 6 months ever since the Hindu genocide in Bangladesh began? Zero. Remember how Indian Muslims united and indulged in Azad Maidan protests and riots to force the Indian government to take in Muslim Rohingya refugees from Myanmar? Well, it resulted in us ultimately taking in tens of thousands of Rohingya Muslim refugees. It is another matter that not one of them from the Indian Muslim community ever united to force the Indian government to settle 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus who were driven out from their own homes. Anyhow, all Hindus remember Azad Maidan. But do we remember Khamong Sheikh, Rahul? We don't. It is a place in Myanmar where Muslim Rohingyas murdered more than 100 Hindus and their families mercilessly, raped, pillaged, even buried some alive. Many among those Rohingya Muslims who committed this atrocity might be right now in India as refugees. But as I said, no Hindu ever came out to talk about Khamong Sheikh. All we do is get jealous of Indian Muslims uniting for Rohingya Muslims, Palestinian Muslims, Lebanese Muslims. Rahul, if you are jealous of someone else's unity, it means you are divided. And I ask you finally 10 seconds. What kind of country is this where Kashmiri Hindus are forced to be refugees in their own land, where one can settle 40,000 Rohingya Muslims in India, 6,000 in Jammu and Kashmir, but not 7 lakh Kashmiri Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir, the land's original inhabitants? Every Indian refugee must be rehabilitated, and every illegal Rohingya refugee must be deported.
Well, let me tell you, viewers, this is also the same Supreme Court that lectures the government for not doing enough to get rid of illegals, but then wants to also feather their nests. I don't understand what is going on, actually. I'm very confused. And I'm not even making this a Hindu-Muslim issue, viewers. This is about Indian citizens of every stripe versus illegals. We've seen what's happened in Europe. We created such a permissive environment, the European state, Jayanand Dehadrai there, for illegals to come in, that they stayed on, they milked the state. In fact, in the United Kingdom, the government there in England had to put them up in lovely 3-star, 4-star, 5-star hotels at some instances because they don't know where to house them. And at the cost of depriving ordinary citizens housing. So there's a housing crisis. On top of that, you need to, keep these people there because your laws have been twisted in such a way to benefit this infiltration. Okay, yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Jay because it's his turn. But I just wanted to, when you say it is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, I'm sorry, Rahul. It is a Hindu-Muslim issue. Has the Supreme Court adjudicated on how many harried Bangladeshi Hindus for the last 6 months must be rehabilitated in India? No. It only talks about Rohingya Muslims.
Well, okay. I mean, to be fair to the Supreme Court, it was addressing a PIL. Now, maybe you can file a PIL and get it to say whatever it has to. But, I'm just saying that at this moment in time, I'm not even looking at it from a sectarian lens. I'm just looking at it from an Indian citizen first lens. And I think we're all within our rights to ask the Supreme Court some questions. I mean, look, J. Anant Dehadrai, there are 1.3 beds per 1,000 people, hospital beds in state-run hospitals available. That's the ratio. It's much below the WHO ratio of 3 per 1,000 hospital beds. Now, you tell me, if you start giving, and remember this 40,000 figure that Dr. Ranganathan is talking about goes back to about 7 years.
13
Okay,
years,
7 years. And the government in that same affidavit, which it filed in the parliament, said, look, we don't know, because these people are illegals. So we don't know how many are in our country. It's not 40,000. And we are now, if you go by the Supreme Court, J. Anand Dehadra, and I don't even know if it's legal, they're saying do away with the basic, Aadhaar card requirement, etc., to get emoluments. So anyone and everybody.
No, hi Rahul, good evening. And Professor Ranganathan, Dr. Ranganathan is someone I have enormous respect for. And when he speaks with a lot of research, and there's a lot of weight in what he says. I can't disagree with him. And I think he really hits the nail on the head when he says that there is a resource allocation problem at the root of it. That there is a resource crunch, whether we like it or not. Rahul, this is something that you also mentioned. And then on top of that, when your own Indian citizens are sort of struggling for their basic needs to be met, you have sort of the floodgates being opened, and you allow all sorts of illegal individuals who are, of course, not citizens, and some of whom might even be miscreants looking to create trouble in India. But having said that, I think there is a small nuance that perhaps some of us have missed today in what the Supreme Court has done, and which is something that I'd like to place before you and your viewers, which is this, that, I think the Supreme Court in its wisdom today has passed a somewhat interim order. And if you look at it from the lens of where the court is sitting, there are certain fundamental rights that would be available to everybody. And I think that is the greatness of India and Bharat. And, and the greatness of our constitution, of course, and the greatness of our Supreme Court, which enforces the constitution. So in that sense, now as an interim measure, look at what the court has said. It's very interesting. The oral observations that have come out and that have been reported, because I wasn't today in that particular court when the matter was taken up. So I've had to rely on some of the news reports that have come. The court has said that, look, accommodate these people, these children, give them some, they have to get education. And this is the stance that the government of India had also taken earlier. But the court has also said, and this is very, very interesting, it has asked the petitioner, Mr. Colin Gonsalves, who always seems to be, batting for these interests. I won't say anything more, lest I get into trouble if I say anything about, where his interests lie.
Oh, fine.
But the fact is,
he has his politics, and he's entitled to
the court.
Yeah.
But correct. But Rahul, the court has said, please give us the details of where these individuals are living and staying. So the point is that even the court, and kudos to the court, is cognizant of the fact that you have a large number
but there is a problem here.
Individuals.
No, Mr. Dehadra, there is a problem. If you're waving aside, let's say, the basic identity requirement, then you can produce a whole bunch of people and say, look, these are the people.
It's a major, but Rahul, I don't disagree entirely with you.
Yes, so that's the problem. Because my problem is it's not just about Rohingyas, you see. Yes. This sets a template. Now, I want to ask you a question. You say that, hang on. I want to ask you this counter question. We are extremely aware of fundamental rights and all of that. I believe we are. We're a lovely, lovely, lovely country, which upholds everyone's fundamental rights. So I want to ask you, if a group of people are persecuted, for example, from a particular geography, and they exit that geography and they are expecting the state to at least rehabilitate them, would it make a difference if they were called victims of genocide or if they were simply labeled migrants under the law? If they were migrants, economic migrants, would they qualify for any emoluments? I don't think so. Would they?
Well, I mean, it could be argued both ways, right? I mean, on the one hand, you'd say that economic migrants also are sort of, they're fighting for survival.
No, but hang on, just a minute. Let me get specific. You see,
legal distinction.
Look at the Kashmir. I'm looking at it from a very legal point of view. If you're not a victim, why do you deserve a handout? Right? Why do you deserve relief? You have to be designated a victim. Do you know, viewers, the Kashmiri Hindus who were externed from their homes are still called migrants in this country, as if they left because, someone was giving them a nice MNC job in some, campsite.
No, they are the real refugees. They are really the real.
They're not called that. They're not called that. They're called migrants. And you are telling me that the Supreme Court thinks about fundamental rights? It threw out petitions, Rahul, not once, but twice.
But Rahul, to be fair.
No, they were filed by... I'm not... I'm being very fair, sir. As a Kashmiri Hindu, you tell me, I go to court, right? And I say that, look, I haven't got justice. The court says, sorry, it's all time-bound. But the Sikhs, for example, almost the same amount of time. In fact, more. They go...
Yes, more.
And guess what, viewers? The court entertains The court is now giving justice. So there is, let's be a little more cautious in, handing out certificates. I'm not here. I'm only looking at the bizarreness of it. So at one level, the Supreme Court says, and I want to bring in Lokesh Jindal. Lokesh Jindal, you're from the Congress. Subhrashtra is also there with us. And I want to ask you, in Jharkhand, I can't only blame the Supreme Court because there are political parties such as yours. In Jharkhand, the person who was running the campaign from your political party, the state in charge, you know what he did? In the manifesto, he came out and said that all illegals will be given state benefits like LPG, etc. Kyun bhai? Kyun, sir?
Rahul, because the Constitution under Article 21 requires or it entitles every individual, whether citizen or non-citizen.
Show me.
Read Article 21 of the Constitution.
Read it. You read it.
No
you read
person.
It. No, I'm asking you.
No person.
The Constitution of India applies to Indians, not to illegals.
No.
Yeah.
Article 21 of the Constitution.
We the people, sir. Have you forgotten? Who?
Right.
The people of India.
No. You are grossly mistaken, Rahul.
Right.
We have lawyers in this panel and they shall agree. Article 21 of the
Constitution
is available to both citizens and non-citizens
doesn't mean
alike.
that free LPG cylinders should be given to illegals entering this country at the
No,
cost
no,
of not giving them to other
let me complete.
So please don't try and extrapolate your ridiculous, fanciful assertions to the Constitution and certain articles of the Constitution. It doesn't apply in a blanket manner in that way.
When we are talking about Article 21, Article 21A of the Constitution, it gives a fundamental right to every individual. It specifically states person, not citizen. You distinct it with Article 15 and Article 16 of the Constitution, which specifically says that the citizens shall be entitled to non-discrimination. But Article 21 coupled with Article 45 of the Constitution has to be understood, and every children from age 6 to 14, they are entitled to primary education. No,
Look,
sir.
I'm stunned today, viewers. Then you know what, viewers? Hang on, just a minute, viewers. You see, you're also entitled to have a free vote. Just tear up your voter IDs, your Aadhars, everything. Just throw them out of the window. Because you're no different from an illegal. Maybe that's why Dr. Anand Ranganathan began by saying maybe we should just declare ourselves all illegals. We might actually benefit. Kuch aur mil jayega.
But Rahul, what worries me is that we have three exalted lawyers on the panel, and clients are watching these lawyers. And some of the clients might be telling the judge tomorrow, "Ki my lord, मैंने देख लिया लोकेश कैसे लड़ रहा है, मैं खुद लड़ लूंगा अपना case." What is the theory out here? What is the logic? Does he mean to say that 50 million persecuted Shias from Pakistan should be allowed to come lock, stock and barrel to India? ये कहां से आ गया भाई? दरवाजे खोल दो, border छोड़ दो. सब लोगों को हमने ठेका ले रखा है.
What kind of scientists are you?
One second, sir. One second.
We are not a
You call yourself a scientist, and you don't even know a logical, deductive argument.
No, sir, this is not deductive. This is reductive. This is a reductive, not a deductive argument. This is a reductive argument. Sir, please. I don't want to use another word that actually, at some level, is a simile. At least phonetically,
Does he even know anything about the Foreigners Act 1926?
One second. Let me bring it, Subhash. Please, sir. Sir, please, I beg you, sir. Why do we have jam? Viewers, why do we have jam? We have jam because what is Jan? Aadhaar, mobile. Why do we have this? We have it so that the largest of the state goes to individuals who can open bank accounts. Now, viewers, I think you all know that to open a bank account in this country, you require Indian citizenship. Yes, you can do it as a foreigner, but then you cannot be illegal. You come in with a visa, you have certain documents to prove that you are earning money here, you've got a job here, etc., and you're entitled to receive funds and open an account. There is something called KYC. Now, viewers, we are now being told that it doesn't matter. You could be an illegal and you can get, 5 kilos of dal, you can get everything. Yes, you can get it under some model, political model, where you want to actually make everyone happy. You can divert from PDS, you can steal from the godowns of the government's, storage etc. You can do all of that. And they do, viewers. So maybe the Congress is really confused. They don't know whether anymore what is right, what is legal, what is illegal. Jo bhi haath mein aata hai, de do. Kisi ka bhi ho. Doesn't matter. Subhrashta, what do you make of this Supreme Court in principles stand? Yes, it's an interim order. It needs to be sort of fleshed out further. And I also have a problem because the government at some level, the AG has also come out and said, you know, we don't have much of a problem. What is this virtue signaling all about?
Rahul, I'm slightly amused at the turn this conversation has taken, because on the one hand, we don't want to support freebies by any political party. If you ask the Congress panelists today, you would say even we are against freebies in principle. But they have nothing, no qualms in misquoting one article of the one subclause of our of one of the articles of our constitutions to say that we can offer free LPG cylinder to illegal migrants. This is really bizarre. I think we really need to take a step back and see where are we headed in terms of debates in this country. We cannot have a mature conversation if we do not agree on the fundamental principle of whose side are you on? Are you on the side of legitimate citizens of this country, or are you on the side of this grander virtue signaling of we are for humanity? And in the garb of that, we've been cultivating carefully curated vote banks in states after states. And this has been happening since a really long time. We have talked about Jammu and Kashmir on the panel. We know this is a reality in the Northeast India. We know that from Northeast India, the melee of illegal immigrants has really spread to the other corners of the country, including Jharkhand, including some parts of Bihar, including, of course, West Bengal. So are we ready as a country of different political opinions to agree on certain principles? I don't even know if some of the political parties are okay and confident enough to articulate their very sympathies and empathies for the citizens of this country. Forget about anybody else. They can be humanitarian later. Talk about legitimate.
So let me ask you a pointed question before I bring in another lawyer, Tausif Khan. He's very erudite also, and I'm sure he'll contribute positively to this debate, and he'll bring in the nuance that you're demanding. I want to ask you, what is the meaning of this word Aadhaar? What does it mean in just general parlance? I'm not asking for the acronym. Just what does it mean in Hindi?
In Hindi, Aadhaar would mean the base on which we stand.
Right.
So which is why the fundamental question.
Now, why does therefore, now, Subhrashta, a very common sense question. You see, Mr. Jindal says, sabko de do. State doesn't distinguish between anybody. Sabko de do, khol ke, bhandar khol ke, open your storage silos and give everybody, whoever you see, plug them with food. Fine, okay. So I want to ask you, Subhrashta, why do illegals, when they come into India, the chap who stabbed, for example, Saif, Khan, the actor, why was he running after trying to get an Aadhaar card? What does Aadhaar give you?
Aadhaar gives you a certain recognition. It makes you an Indian citizen.
Yes.
Aadhaar is the fundamental document.
It gives you an entitlement. It gives you an entitlement, not a citizenship. It gives you an entitlement. One second, relax, Mr.
No, Rahul, it's wrong.
It gives you an entitlement.
Card has nothing to do with a claim for citizenship.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that. It gives you an entitlement, a basis to ask for.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
She stands corrected. Yeah, that's okay.
Yes.
It's the only intervention.
I stand corrected. Please go ahead.
Yes. So 1 second. So basically, viewers, it gives you the right to demand a fair share. You become a stakeholder. Without that, viewers, you can't get entitlements. It's very simple. Jam Trinity, the Jan Aadhaar mobile. Remember that. So now, if the Supreme Court says we don't even need to see your Aadhaar card and we'll give you a bed in hospital, Gangaram Hospital, or we'll give you a place in KV1 in RK Puram or whatever. Viewers, you don't even need to prove you're a Rohingya. That's the beauty of it. So I want to bring in the analyst, Tausif Khan. I want to ask you, should Rohingyas be treated at par or illegals be treated at par with Indian citizens and given a share of state benefits? A very straightforward question.
No, it's a very sorry state of affairs that BJP is promising, or promises at least, to treat them equally.
You see, the Supreme Court today is criticizing the political parties' poll promises, the freebies that they are offering in terms of free ration or money or free gas, in the backdrop of the recently concluded Delhi election. Look at the BJP manifesto in Delhi election, Viksit Delhi Sankalp Patra. What does it say? It says that BJP has promised full ownership right to 1,700 unauthorized colonies, all refugee colonies. But BJP has promised 2,500 rupees per month to women, 21,000 to pregnant women, plus 6 nutritional kit, gas cylinder at 500 plus, free gas on Holi and Diwali, paid maternity leave for up to 6. No, these are the freebies that the political parties are offering. And in
what has that got to do with this? What has that got to do with this?
Because
I'm asking
that is
you.
the question. That is the question the Supreme Court is asking.
No, but then the Supreme Court is saying, widen the ambit. Illegals ko bhi de do. No. From what I'm understanding, the Supreme... No, 1 second. No, 1 second. No, 1 second, sir. Please, Tausif Khan, I think you misunderstood the question. You see, we are in the wrong court right now. Jo court 1 or 2 mein hua tha, you're confusing what happened in court 10. No, please. Just there is a wall between courts. Now,
are you saying that these are not the poll promises of BJP?
No, 1 second, sir. What is... 1 second, please.
Get the facts
Okay. I think Tausif Khan, just hear my question. Maybe I'm not denying what you're saying, sir. These are all poll promises. Should I tell you what the TMC made? I'll give you the poll promises. Universal basic income for women. So, viewers, the TMC promised a minimum monthly income for all families, with 500 allocated to general category family, 1,000 to scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBCs, student credit card scheme, credit card offering up to 10 lakh with 4% interest rate, employment generation, creating 10 whatever, financial support to farmers, 6,000 to 10,000 under Krishak Bandhu scheme. And there are hundreds of these years. In fact, even imams were given an emolument. So, look, I mean, every political party, we are not into the freebies argument. We are into the Supreme Court saying that it doesn't matter even if you're a citizen. If you're a Rohingya, an illegal, you are still entitled to some benefits. That's what has sparked the debate. Now, I don't think it's right. Others have different views. Dr. Ranganathan, you've raised your hand. Of course, our friend here has confused the issue even more, Mr. Tausif Khan.
No, but for the TMC supporter Tausif, giving monthly salaries for 8 years to imams and Maulvis is not freebie, it is welfareism. Jo Didi kare to wo welfareism hai, jo BJP kare to wo freebie hai. Behral, as you said, it's not an argument. I think there is a solution to this. The legal refugees, the Indian state take care of basic amenities. For the illegal refugees, I want the monthly salaries of all Supreme Court judges to be put into a box, and that money be used for them. Their houses be open for all the illegal refugees. 24 ghante pe line pe aa jayenge.
So let me tell you, Dr. Ranganathan, this is exactly what I advocated in the last paragraph of my introduction. I said, if a certain ecosystem...
If I'm held in contempt, Jay is going to defend me.
Any day of the week, it would be an honor for me.
Okay, let me bring in...
I was disconnected. No, Rahul.
Yes,
I got disconnected.
Okay, so I just want to ask you, let me rephrase the question. Let me ask you, sir, should the Supreme Court be placing illegals at par with Indian citizens and giving illegals also some stake in the benefits pie? Simple question, sir. Nothing confusing here.
Supreme Court is not placing illegal at par with the legal. Okay. Supreme Court is criticizing the political party for placing illegals at par with the legal. Who is making promises for a full ownership right of 1,700 unauthorized colonies? It is BJP.
Yeah.
In the Delhi poll election, they have made these promises. Okay. Who is promising these freebies? Is it Supreme Court?
By the way, Khan Saab, giving someone an illegal colony legal status is not a freebie. They will be then brought under the tax net. They will have to pay housing tax. They will have to pay water bills.
Gas.
Kya baat sir? You're picking the wrong example. 1 second, Mr. Khan. 1 second. I'm not defending anybody. 1 second. Just 1 second. Let's not get distracted by this noise box. 1 minute. Supreme Court quotes Rohingya. 1 minute. Just 1 second, sir. No, I'm not, sir. I'm not. I beg your indulgence. I'm not, sir. I'm defending today the TMC that gave Maulanas a stipend. But I'm defending them. I'm defending the TMC that gave women money. I'm defending the TMC that gave basic income. I'm defending the TMC. I'm not defending the BJP. I'm defending the Congress that wants to give illegal Rohingyas gas cylinders. They must do it. Because viewers, if I don't defend them, it won't be a balanced debate. This is how, I'm sorry, asinine this argument is. Now, one minute. I just want to read what the Supreme Court has said. Subrashta is also there. 1 second. In terms, 1 second, sir. Okay, give me 2 minutes, sir, please. You made a very, very emphatic point, but not made the point that is relevant to the question that was asked. So it's a point that has been made in a completely different time-space continuum. It's okay. I understand. People do get spaced out by my questions. In terms of education, there is no question of discrimination. This is what the Supreme Court has said on the PIL file before it, asking the Supreme Court to legitimize free education in government schools and admission in hospitals for Rohingyas and their families. Now listen, this is what it says. In terms of education, there is no question of discrimination. Every child will get admission. You have raised the issue of education, but we don't mind taking up the issue of health also. Usko bhi jod diya. But we must first satisfy that how are they, Rohingyas, living, where are they living, and is it in the public domain that these families are living? This information will help us. Now, viewers, if a state can't even find these people tomorrow, and you are saying that we don't even require to see Aadhaars anymore, then anyone can come and say, I'm a Rohingya, and Mr. Gonzalez will produce a lengthy list, which will include perhaps some members of the AAP, which have also lost the election. They'll all come and they'll say, give us state benefits. There'll be a lot of that.
If I may just point something out, in Delhi, factually speaking, we had 10 years of this ridiculous Aam Aadmi Party government with Kejriwal at the helm. So insofar as the Rohingyas who have entered Delhi is concerned, or even so far as the ones who've taken shelter in West Bengal, are concerned, I think it was in the interest of the governments there, the political parties who are in control, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC. It suited them to have these illegal migrants come in basically and then add to their vote bank. I think that is what is at the heart of it.
Yeah.
But the Supreme Court,
it's okay. See, I have no problems. If these gentlemen and ladies who have such bleeding hearts, if they really want to look after, as I said in my own introduction, I said if a certain ecosystem is so keen on tending to illegals, why doesn't it set up soup kitchens at its own cost?
No, absolutely.
And housing on their own dime rather than burdening the taxpayer.
Yes, this so-called NGO, Professor Ranganathan, this is interesting. This so-called NGO that, for example, Mr. Pauline Gonzalez represented today in court, exactly to what the both of you have said, that why don't you set up a charitable school, an NGO, or a school where you provide, where it isn't a burden on the Indian state.
In fact, he might win the Magsaysay award for that, and it will be something that will be fitting. Mr. Kejriwal also won it very quickly. Yes, I want to move on, Doctor. Yeah.
But this is the ingenious trap that these so-called liberals and bleeding hearts they lay out, because you, Jay, Shubhrashtra, me, we are also tremendously sympathetic about the victims.
Yes.
But there is a question here of whether our meager state resources should be distributed towards illegals. That's the question.
I mean, the fact is, viewers, that we have bleeding hearts, but let's take care of our own. The indigent who can't manage even to send their children, let alone anything, to school. Because there are no places for them. There are no schools. Usme bhi aap kisi aur ko dena chahte hain who are not even Indian citizens, a problem. That's all we are saying. Supreme Court might want to think about it. Let's move on, viewers. A massive crackdown is underway. It is underway even as we speak, viewers. It's underway to go after those who think normalizing incest is funny. They organize these great shows, viewers. A whole group of degenerates. And I'm not calling them degenerates. It's a large number of Indians today who are calling them degenerates. And viewers, they think that cracking jokes about incest, getting people to feel awkward about doing activities with their parents, etc., is a big funny thing to cackle about. Now, viewers, the Mumbai cyber cell sleuths and Assam police have filed FIRs against Allahabadiya and his other cackling cronies. You can see them on the right. Under stringent sections of the Indian law, the action was contemplated on the back of several bodies right